Good evening, everybody, wherever you are. This is another good day that we have had, and remember, we give thanks back to our good Lord. This is your host, Boniface Ogutu. This is Azimio Nezekana Raila the Fifth. That is Facebook, and we can get us on YouTube, Azimio Nezekana Raila TV. Remember, this is another good day that we are having, and today we have decided to start it much more a bit early because we agreed that we were to have conversation as early as from 9:40. So welcome everybody, welcome. Today we have got a hot topic. I think wherever you are, you can see our topics, and be blessed if so far you have joined. Nasema karibu sana. Thank you very much wherever you are. I feel being part and parcel to the program, and or feel being part and parcel to the program, feel free being at home. This is your home. Remember, we have been having these evening programs, and at least we are seeing, we can see that we are advancing in one way or another, and we are getting to teach ourselves and at least to acquire more knowledge on how the country is being run and all that. So today we are going to have a topic on matter. Yesterday we left and we agreed that we were going to discuss about our discussions of today is about number one. Our discussion is based over taxation of cargoes from Mombasa Inland Port to Nairobi and Naivasha Dry Port. We were to talk about taxation, how people can benefit, and who in particular, and if it's of beneficial to Kenyans or individual. Number two, we were to talk about SGR and its operations. Number three, we were to talk on how much is being made from taxation of expressway. So remember, later we are our brothers, our brother Eric and brother Okibet is going to join us so that they can give us more insight. And over the same, we will be playing some of the videos, more so from those, like for example, from a member of parliament, Manduku, Honorable Manduku. He had an interview the other day and he talked much over the same. So we'll be playing a video and you'll be part and parcel to listening to the video, to watch the video. So kindly, wherever you are, please kindly share our share our video with your contacts, your friends, so that we can give those that are not watching with us the opportunity to watch right away or later. Kindly share. Let's share so that we can have a good number from our Zimio family to be part and parcel to this program. I'm only requesting you kindly share with our people so that our people can be part and parcel to the program. And we continue. Remember, our today's discussion is we are having a noble idea or a discussion. Before a solid discussion, we will be discussing about taxation on before the dry port was moved from Mombasa, and particularly when it was moved to Nairobi and Naivasha, and if at all it was worth to do so or not. We will get to understand all this, and that is the reason why we want to have this discussion tonight. You know, we have been we have had yesterday we had the discussion, and we agreed that today it was a good day for us to repeat the discussion, more so when we have what we call evidences. You know, just speaking and you don't have evidences doesn't add up, and that is the reason why in a while we are going to be joined by our brother Eric Roberts Kehua and Kibet, so that we'll be having, and our brother Mosh Walter, so that we'll be having, and anybody can join. You know, it's good that we acquired a new platform where we can host more than 10. So feel free wherever you are, you can join us. Kindly let me share with you the link so that it can be possible for you to join the conversation. Thank you very much wherever you are. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Kindly make sure, and we are requesting that you share our video with your friends wherever they are, so that they can join us and be part and parcel to our streaming. We have sent the link. It's on our comment section. You can use the link in joining us, so that you can be part and parcel to our live tonight. Thank you very much wherever you are, and be blessed once more. Remember, our discussion today is going to be about the taxation. Number one, our discussion is on taxation of cargoes from Mombasa Inland Port to Nairobi and the Naivasha Dry Port. Number one, and if at all the layout of having the port in the Mombasa, a percentage part of it in Nairobi and Naivasha, made it to be beneficial to Kenyans, or it made it to be beneficial to individuals. That is number one. Number two, we'll be talking about or SGR and its operation, that is taxation and the public part of the SGR, public transportation and the cargo. Number three, we'll be talking about the march that is being made from expressway that is in Nairobi. So kindly just keep up with us and be part and parcel. At least we have sent our link on the comment section. You can use the link in joining us. You can use the comment section in chatting with us. You can write down your idea, and you can equally like our streaming. You can invite your friends to follow us. That is on Facebook, Azimio Inawezekana for Raila the Fifth. Equally on YouTube, we are on YouTube, and we have got the name of Azimio Inawezekana Raila TV. You can subscribe and follow us on that end. So kindly let's see. I think I will just go straight away and see on how we can play the first video. So because we have two videos so far to play, I want to play the first video so that at least wherever you are, you'll have the idea of what we are talking about and the reason why we are here. And I believe and I know that you will be blessed more. So up to now, let me play the first video, which is the Honorable's video. That is when
by moving port
and that is how
operations
we can
back to
proceed. Thank
Mombasa.
you.
The genesis of this, what is it, and what exactly did it mean by moving port operations out of Mombasa?
Let me start by saying, I think, a little background information, and I will try and recollect as much as possible from my memory because it's been a while. Around the year 2015, Kenya's port was very inefficient in terms of what we call cargo dwell time. On average, goods will stay in the port for 19 days. Best practice in the world dictates that we should not have goods on the port for more than 5 days. And so the government looked at the issues and they realized that one of the issues was what we would call capacity, port capacity. At that time, the Port of Mombasa had a capacity to hold 800,000 TEUs. TEUs means 20-foot equivalent units. And so the Japanese came in and funded the construction and expansion and built the second terminal, second container terminal, whose capacity would be 1 million TEUs. And that would make the port increase to 1.8 million TEUs. In the year 2017, the port had a throughput of more than 1 million TEUs, which means that it was exceeding the capacity. Now, to deal with the issue of capacity, the port subcontracted private storage facilities or warehousing called CFSs, or container freight stations. And the idea was that when cargo arrived at the port, it would be evacuated and taken to the CFSs. And once it is there, the custom clearance and other procedures would be undertaken from there. And then it would be hauled by road to the inland. Now, the CFSs became a problem. Why? Because the more the cargo stays, the more you pay. It was a direct proportional situation. And so,
so basically, you moved them from the port itself.
Yes.
You've taken them to the CFS.
Storage, private storage warehouse.
It's a private storage warehouse.
Yes.
But the processing is still taking long.
Yes. Why? Because the guy is paid per day.
Okay.
So if the container stays for 10 days, the better. So there's no hurry to clear it within 5 days. What happened? There was collision because between port employees, the owners of the CFSs, and customs. And so when I got to the port, the dwell time was 14 days. And we've got what we call the free period. Free period is the days within which you must collect your cargo without paying any storage. And that was 5 days, which means every container on average had 9 extra days of storage. Now, this storage money is paid to the private people. In fact, in port language, if you have revenue out of storage, you are deemed to be inefficient. When we do our quarterly annual returns, and the board will realize that our storage fees has gone up,
it's making you more money.
It means that you're inefficient. And so what do we do? Besides having to expand the port and ensuring that no cargo leaves the port, the standard gauge relay was put up. And then coming with that was an additional inland container depot at Nairobi, which had an additional 550,000 TEUs, which means theoretically Mombasa plus Nairobi was in excess of 2.4 million TEUs, which is adequate for the next 10 years because our current throughput in Kenya is 1.4. When I left the port, it was 1.425 TEUs that year. So we started hauling cargo from Mombasa to ICD. And that meant that the CFS had to close down because then there was no business.
They're not getting the business.
And we got so efficient that when I was leaving the port, the dwell time was 3.5 days.
So when it leaves the port, it leaves the ship, gets onto the train, comes to Nairobi, it's cleared within 3 days.
Yes. What happened when I went to the port? There was some inefficiency. We've got what we call the STS. STS is a ship-to-shore gantry crane, which evacuates from the vessel. It would do that and put on what we call a terminal tractor. The terminal tractor would go and stack it in the yard. Another terminal tractor would come and load it again using what we call a top loader, take it to the SGR yard, stack it again. Another one would come again, and there were 5-6 handling issues. So I reduced that. I came up with what we call the X-hook haulage, where I ensured that cargo left the vessel onto a terminal tractor and directly to the train. How did we achieve that? We employed what we called a berthing window. Berthing window means you tell a vessel, you come on Monday at 8. And you're on that berth from Monday 8 to Thursday 9 p.m. With that, you're able to plan. You're able to allocate resources in terms of terminal tractors, in terms of top loaders. You can plan. And using that method,
and even the wagons,
we're able to be very efficient, such that by the time the vessel is leaving Mombasa, the containers are all in Nairobi at ICD. Naturally, Mombasa started losing business because most of the money that was being earned in Mombasa was coming out of storage. And I'll give you an example. In the year 2018, I remember the port paid more than 2 billion shillings to storage facilities in Mombasa. At that time, we had 21 CFSs. 6 were for vehicles and 15 were for containers. So you can imagine 15 CFSs sharing 2 billion shillings. Now, ask yourself, what value do you add in storage? It's zero.
None.
It is just inefficiency.
Yeah.
And so, we started persuading the big importers to use the standard gauge railway for the importation, and they agreed. In fact, to date, if I remember, most of the large importers, the Isuzus, East African breweries, big industries, actually use the railway. But the railway had a challenge, and the biggest challenge with the railway was what we call the last mile connectivity. You bring your cargo from Mombasa to Nairobi at $500, and then spend another 300 from ICD to industrial area, which didn't make sense. Kenya Railways lacked what we call a door-to-door, a port-to-door package.
Yeah.
It was not able to negotiate with the last mile connectivity, and that is where the issue started. The transporters were not willing to come and do the last mile, and if they did, it was at a very high cost. And so it made rail more expensive than trucking. Now, I think we need to understand about trucking also. If you look at our transport corridor, we call it the Northern Corridor. The Northern Corridor is about 12,000 kilometers from Mombasa to Kinshasa. But the component in Kenya is about 1,320 kilometers. Now, if you drive along the Northern Corridor and you take east or right and left 5 kilometers, you realize that 80% of Kenya's wealth is along that corridor, which meant that activities at the port of Mombasa and the subsequent haulage of cargo and other transportation along the corridor actually had a positive economic impact. And that is why all the towns and cities are along that corridor. In fact, that is what informed the thought of having a second corridor, the Lapset corridor.
Yes.
Lamu, Port, South Sudan, Ethiopia corridor. And the vision then was to have that corridor go all the way to Central Africa and then to Douala in Cameroon, so that you have another northern corridor. There's another corridor that we tried to establish between from Taita Taveta to a place called Siginda, northern Tanzania, up to a place called Isaka. Then from Isaka you go to Uganda. Isaka is also a dry port. Now the issue in Mombasa became then, because of the movement of activities to Nairobi, and the primary activities are basically custom clearance. You know, ordinarily you would go to Mombasa to pick your container.
Yeah.
Stay in a hotel for 3 days. Because of inefficiency, you end up staying for a week.
Yeah.
Because you're waiting for your container from here and there. And then that way you're spending money, and there was money, you know. That is what made Mombasa grow. Now, with the efficiency that was brought in cargo haulage, and timelines reduced from 14 to 3.5 days, obviously, it had a negative impact on the business. At that time, we knew that this was going to happen because there was a study that the former governor commissioned, a study by the University of Nairobi. It actually foresaw the situation we're in today. But it gave alternatives. And I remember it gave 3 alternatives. The first alternative was that we must now start developing a special economic zone in Dogokundu, which is across the channel next to the Navy, if you know Mombasa very well. That was 3,000 acres that was supposed to be developed so that Mombasa has an alternative income generating activities. The second was to develop small ports. We have about 15 other small ports, but people don't know about them. We have Kilifi, there's a port in Kilifi, there's a port in Malindi, there's an old port in Mombasa, and other small ports. Can't remember many of them. The idea was to Shimoni and all that, you know, Vanga. The idea was to develop these small ports to ease pressure from the port of Mombasa and make these ports also accept small vessels, especially in what we call transshipment cargo from Pemba, Zanzibar, Dar es Salaam. You don't have to come to port of Mombasa. And then give these small ports to the counties. And that is best practice. Let Kwale have Shimoni, let Kilifi have Malindi and Vanga, so that there's also activities in those small ports. That was the second thought of making, and then
of retaining
business in Mombasa. This never happened.
Number 3 was?
Why didn't it? I'll come to number 3. Why did it happen? When we went to develop the special economic zone in Dogokundu, we realized that there were squatters. We actually obtained financing from the Japanese government. I went to the TCAD conference in 2019 in Yokohama, and we got funding to do 2 baths, electricity, and a road network in the special economic zone. But then the condition of compensation came up that the people had to be resettled. And so the Port Authority came up with what we call a RAP, a Resettlement Action Plan, which was being implemented. And by the time I left, I think it was on good course to be implemented. And that would have been done earlier. Had that been done earlier, probably industry would have sparred in that area, and maybe other activities would have made Mombasa more vibrant. But now we find ourselves in this situation that we are in. I think the directive is something doable. It's a good directive. As long as we don't make the port inefficient again to create business, quote unquote. Because then we will not be competitive. If you look at ports in Africa, like Durban, for example, the dwell time is consistently 3-4 days. 3-4 days. Mombasa today, I'm told, is 6. It has gone up from 3.5 to 6, which is still allowable, because then it is 1 day extra above the free period, which is 5 days. And for transit countries, the free period is 9 days. We're still within that 9 days, which means we are fairly efficient, actually, as a port. Why? Because we're able to haul cargo out.
Because we are not all cargo sits in Mombasa.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Now, the sitting of cargo in Mombasa creates business, creates opportunities, inefficiencies, people make money, and that's what people are crying about, really. That's the truth of the matter. I still think that the best model will be a 50-50 arrangement, because the reality of the matter is that we have what we call the take-or-pay agreement, which was signed between the government and the Chinese to ensure that cargo is hauled so that the loan can be repaid. So I think we have to have a place where Kenya Railways has to become efficient enough to be competitive with the truckers, so that you have an option as an importer. Do I take the truck or do I take the railway?
A competitive option.
Yes.
Exactly.
The problem is that we forced people to use the railway.
And they will both be just as efficient.
And you didn't,
Exactly.
and then Kenya Railways did not work on its efficiencies.
Yes.
Why didn't Kenya Railways do that? I mean, if you're talking about, if by the time a vessel is departing Mombasa, all the cargo is in Nairobi and in Naivasha, why is it taking longer, and why is it more expensive to move from here, Syokimau, to industrial area?
I think the biggest challenge has been bureaucracy. And not having a business mindset. Had that been given to a private operator, I'm sure it would have been very efficient. But then you see government sometimes has those bureaucracies, which I hope will now be eliminated, so that we just look at it from a business case scenario.
Dr. Manduku, can I put it to you? Thank you for this. It's very illuminating and great to hear. But part of the problem with the SGR is that it was overinflated. It was the wrong option. In fact, there had been talk about rehabilitation of the line. And the argument was made that Kenya did not have the cargo to pay back that loan at the original rate, let alone now when it was overinflated. So the problem we have is linked to what we were discussing before about corruption and who pays. Because we then went and borrowed from the China Exim Bank. We've committed ourselves to pay based on a certain haulage that we do not have. So that, I think, is the first problem from where I see it. The inefficiencies in SGR are structural. It's a white elephant. You know, that's why government was forcing issues. So what, in your view, can we do? Because we now have the SGR. We now have actually the rehabilitation of the old line that has opened it up and is linking it, ironically. In practical terms, what do we do? The second thing, of course, is what you said came out in that University of Nairobi report, even though the report, I think, was done by the county after the business had already moved. So by that time, the impact was there. Hauliers had lost their business, coast economy. Apparently, coast is the third largest contributor to the GDP and lost a sizable chunk of that with the loss of this business. So the extent to which there was no socio-economic impact done when this decision was made, how do you redress that? Because development should not kick people out of employment.
You're
You
very
can't
right.
kick
You're
people
very
out of
right.
employment, then say after 3-4 years, start another business.
You're
Tell
very
me.
right.
Respond to those questions after the break. I want us to take a break. It's
Thank you.
25 minutes to 10. Dr. Wanjiru, ask the question again.
Abridged version. How would you like to see this? How should this directive be framed to deal with, number one, the governance issues? Because it's one thing to return the operations to Mombasa, but we are saying there were inefficiencies. How should that be dealt with? And then the second thing is the SGR. We still have a contract and we're still, this take or pay. How do we deal with that, given that SGR is inherently inefficient?
I think from where I sit, first I think the government can renegotiate and reschedule the payments for SGR. We have to face the reality that under the prevailing circumstances, we cannot raise enough revenue to pay back that. Secondly, attract private sector investment into the SGR. Get a group of investors to purchase rolling stock on the SGR. From where I sit again, and having sat in the board of the Kenya Railways Corporation, government cannot do business. We should look for private sector players to bring their own stock, rolling stock on the SGR, so that they can do the haulage. The yearly repayments for the maintenance and operation of the SGR is very high. I will not give you the figure. It's very high. It's astronomical. Give it to private sector. That way then, railway starts becoming competitive. If Kenya Railways still want to be players in the haulage of cargo, then they must be competitive. They must sort out the issue of last mile. You remember when we were growing up, there were railway sidings to industrial area. That dealt with last mile connection. And that is what is critical. Railway should give a package from port to door. In the absence of that, it can never be efficient. And so I think the reality of the matter is, you see, when we were doing a train, one train, for example, I'll just give you the numbers. One train would carry 110 TUs, 20-foot equivalent. And that is anywhere between 100 and 80 trucks. And by the time I was leaving the port, I was doing 12 trains a day. So which means you're putting off 1,000+ trucks off the road. And each truck employs minimum 5, 6, 8 people. And then remember I told you about the corridor development? It is the activities that take place along the
way.
corridor that spur economic activity. We cannot ignore that. And that is why if you drive down to Salama, Emali, Mtitoande, those towns are virtually dead. It's not just Mombasa, it is the corridor that you're dealing with. And so let us have an option where if I'm competitive enough, I can compete with SGR. And you'll see private sector becoming more competitive and more efficient. And now that the port has expanded, there's room for parking for the trucks, the maneuvering in the port, so that the Kenya Railways competes favorably.
So we are not necessarily talking about CFSs. Moving the cargo from the port to some private storage facility. It is basically looking at the efficiency of clearing the cargo from within the port out onto the road.
Correct.
Okay.
We put some measures in place. I remember one of the things I did when I went to the port, you won't believe it, there were 27 government agencies in the port. KEFIS, Kenya Plant Health, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Nurses and Needles Council, Kenya Forest Service, Kenya Wildlife Service, Kenya Veterinary Service. So we sat down and said, no, look, wait a minute. What are all these guys doing in the port? And I was able to convince the head of state that we just needed 4 agencies. The Kenya Railways for haulage, the Kenya Ports as a landlord, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, and the Kenya Revenue Authority. And then we said, if you have anything to do with standards, with quality, you must work with the Kenya Bureau of Standards. And we introduced what we call the PVOC, the pre-shipment verification, so that if there's anything to do with standards and verification, it is done at the port of loading, not in Nairobi. Because what used to happen, cargo would arrive in Mombasa, then they start opening the containers and checking the quality. Then there's another guy called Anti-Counterfeit Authority comes and says, oh, this is a counterfeit. You know, those things. We said, no, do it at the port of loading. That made it more efficient. And that's why we were able to reduce the dwell time to 3.5 days. Before I left, I was pushing for what we call pre-shipment clearance. For example, you're buying your car. We know this car is a 2015 model or 2018 model. Why can't you be allowed to pay the duty the moment the bill of lading is done? So that by the time the car arrives in the port, you just come and drive it off. Why must the car arrive in the port? It is stored in a CFS. The KRA come and do physical verification, then you pay your duty. I was also pushing for what we call the green channel. There's some importers who've done this forever, like the East African breweries. They import the same thing every year for the last 10 years. They're not likely to play games. So why are you telling them that their cargo must be stored at the port? They should be able to pick their cargo from the ship to their storage facility. And then if there's anything to do, you go to the storage facility. Those were the measures that we're implementing. And that is what made the port efficient. But in that efficiency, people lost money also.
Yeah.
So I think the thing is now, I mean, so many things are jumping out here. Is it then possible, from what you're saying, then to do almost a shared split of this, so that these things that you're talking about, making sure that there's maximum efficiency at the port, and then also using the rail, however, also making sure that we don't have a whole line of dead business along the corridor?
You're right. But as it is today, if many importers were given options, they'll go by the road. Because the road, you see, another big challenge we have with the railway is the return of empty containers. You see, the truck will come to your warehouse, you remove your goods, it goes back with the empty container.
And the cost is
Yes, but with the railway, it was a bit complicated. The empty container must be hauled back to the port, an additional cost.
So you pay again.
Eventually, it was actually double. The real cost was actually double, and that is what importers didn't like. There's something we didn't finish about making Mombasa business vibrant. The third thing was the issue to do with the blue economy. You remember we had a big conference on blue economy? In I think it was November 2018. International Conference on Blue Economy. We know and we believe there's a lot of potential in harnessing the benefits of the blue economy. And blue economy is not just fishing. There's more than that. I think that is what we need to work on. A special economic zone, developing of the small ports, and the blue economy initiatives. That will make Mombasa vibrant, on top of having these traditional port activities like clearance and transportation.
So it sounds, Dr. Manduku, like you're saying, even with this directive, because this is let me ask it, in fact, in a question form, what are the likely impediments? Because, of course, it's a presidential directive. An incoming president can overrule an existing directive. There are businesses that have now made investments based on that directive. What are the likely challenges to that?
The only challenge I see is imminent collapse of the Kenya Railways. If they're not able to be competitive, no one will opt for the railway. Or if they opt, there'll be very few people opting for the railway. Because it's about cost versus efficiency.
So when you talk about Kenya Railways now, we've got also to talk about Kenya Railways under the new framework within which it's being managed. There's ICDC, which is railway, port, pipeline, all working together in harmony. Isn't that a conversation that should be happening at that level? To see, because we are seeing an efficient port, we are seeing an efficient pipeline, how do we work on the efficiency of the railway?
I strongly believe that having that management level introduced was actually creating more inefficiency and bureaucracy.
Why?
These entities have got respective acts of parliament. Then how do you bring something else by an executive order? How will it work? Okay, I was not there when it was directed, but I know that it's not working. Because then who reports to who? Is the MD at the port senior to the MD at the Kenya Railways?
They're reporting to the chairman of ICDC.
Because then the chairman is not executive. It's a bit complicated. Then how does the pipeline come in again? Every state corporation has a respective act of parliament. Let us stick to that. In fact, moving the port to Treasury was a mistake. Big mistake. And I think it was to serve certain interests.
Very unusual action.
Where in the world is it put under Treasury? Also, we need to look at best practice in the world. Go to any place in the world. The port is the node in the transport corridor. Why do you take it from transport and take it to treasury? What is the rationale behind it?
So it sounds like this directive needs to be backed by a small policy brief that will address some of these issues.
Correct.
It's not enough just to revert the functions, but also to consider what happens to that management structure.
Yep.
You know, it's undoing
think
quite a lot more.
It was,
And what
it was
happens
very easy.
to the contract that we have, the take or pay contract?
What,
This is
what
thing
happens?
that
yeah.
I think His Excellency the President should have done is just revoke that directive that you must use
Must.
railway.
That's it.
Then people have options.
Just
then
remove
from
the
there,
must.
Yes. Then from there now,
And things will naturally
things will work
settle.
out.
And then now deal with the efficiencies and the accountability structures.
Correct. Correct.
Explain something or clarify something, Dr. Hari. You've talked about let the private sector play the role on the railway route. How so? Is it leasing the railway to the private sector, to a private
Well,
operator,
again,
or
you
what?
look at best practice around the world. Most efficient railway systems, the investment of this on the rolling stock is by private sector. For management, day to day. You know, for example, if you have a truck today and it gets a spare part problem, you just walk to Nyamakim and buy a spare part and fix it, and in the next 1 hour it's back on the road. In government, it's not like that. You must advertise, tender. You're taken to the board for public procurement review board. So what would have taken private sector person a day takes government a month. And that inefficiency is obviously passed on to the consumer. And that's where we say some of these things must be done by private sector for efficiency. And it works. I mean, you don't have to go far. Go to South Africa, Durban. We've got Transnet managing the rail operation in South Africa. You go to the Western world, it's the best practice. The government just does the railway, you pay a tariff, and you're given windows to operate your rolling stock. And you do your thing.
But Kenya Ports Authority works well, and yet in other countries, in Dubai World, a private entity is running the port.
You see, there's something else that we were working on. We're working on a model we call the landlord port model. And that should not be confused with privatization. Landlord port model is where you subcontract some services. And I'll give you an example, though it's not a very good example. We employ dockers at the age of 25, 20, 21, 25. A docker is somebody who does the physical work. By the time he's 40, he cannot do the same work. And you must keep him until he's 60 in the port. What happens? Then you have got people who are there, whom you must keep in those positions because they cannot rise. There's no room for horizontal growth or even vertical growth. He can only do dock worker. So he's 60, then he retires. But between the age of 40 and 60, he was not as efficient as between the age of 25 and 40.
Yeah.
So the best practice again in the world is those services are contracted to a private enterprise so that you get efficient people to do some of that work. But because of our inherent social system, you have to keep those people for long.
And that's where the politics also comes in.
You can't ignore that. But then I believe there's a way you can have a win-win situation where everyone gains and the other one also gains. Yes. And one way, by the way, and I was coming up with it also, where we were saying, okay, you've worked as a docker for so long. Let us have a program, more like recognition of prior learning, and translate you now from a docker to a clerk. Then grow out of this docker.
Yeah.
And then someone else comes in, and then you grow horizontally, or even vertically, it's possible. But our system didn't allow that. You're just stuck there. You're 55.
You're a docker.
But you cannot do the work of a 25-year-old.
but in the public, we argue out of ignorance. Like now, immediately after election, some leaders were saying that, okay, they did not find the coffers were empty, the treasury did not have money, it was only 93 million shilling that was found there. And we find it very, really, I don't know whether sympathize with the situation, because there's a lot of ignorance about it. Government does not collect money, stores in one place, keeps for 1 month, and then distributes after 1 month or after 1 year. We raise revenue on daily basis, and we fund government on daily basis. And there are also then there are competing needs. Salaries at this level, how much do we give to counties? How much do we give to the national, to parliament? How much goes to the judiciary? How much do we use to settle debt? A number of things, the competing needs. So the performance of revenue sometimes can be a challenge. You make a projection to raise a certain amount of money this week, but you end up raising less. So how do you now determine what goes to the counties and what goes elsewhere? So the low performance of revenue raised nationally impacts on our disbursement, not only to the counties, but also to the rest of government. And we've also realized that over time, the counties have over-relied on the equitable share and completely ignored on-source revenue. If you look at the county councils and the municipal councils of those times, they collect more revenue than the current one. And yet those are not tailor-made. They are small organizations, ill-equipped, less experienced, without necessary capacity to manage that. But now the county government, fully functional, with all the professionals, with all the infrastructure, cannot raise revenue of their own. And I think that is the basis of where we need to reinterrogate ourselves. Why? Either they are collected but not remitted, either they are collected or used at the source, and this impacts negatively. Sometimes county governments present huge budgets. This is the equitable share, this is the amount of money they are going to raise on their own, and yet they do not do it. If they do not do it, and they have such a big budget, you end up spending money that you do not have. And the process accumulates lots of pending bills, which now impacts on the general state of the economy at the county level. Because you are aware there are a number of, especially SMEs, who are struggling for having supplies to the counties, for having contracted services by the counties, and yet they have not been paid, not once, maybe even over 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And the situation is very bad because I think from where we sit, there are many, many counties that are really struggling. They have accumulated huge pending bills, even more than a share of 1 year, or even sometimes even more. And these are areas that I think it is the duty of the Senate to enforce certain level of discipline by working with the National Treasury. Of course, the accumulation of pending bills I've indicated here, it has affected performance of businesses at those levels. There is also a challenge of definition of county government's additional allocation bill as a money bill. There has been argument that is it a money bill or is not a money bill. In our own understanding, this is a money bill and needs to be subjected as required. But maybe Senate has a different view. The pending enactment of legislation and regulations, there are a number of bills which either have lapsed or before and they will have actually facilitated the implementation of a number of these areas that will have enhanced budgets. There are quite a number, I think you know them, a number of legislations and framework which is expected to facilitate deepening and implementation of devolution. And one of it is the County Government Bill 2018. This bill is premised on the requirement that the county government should enhance their own source revenue. You are aware that, between different counties, like now if you look at Marsabit and you're coming to Nairobi, everywhere there's a barrier. You have to be stopped to ask for these lessons, and you are carrying livestock, therefore you have to pay because you are transiting through these counties, or you are sailing from this county to the other. And these are areas that we've been looking at, we try to harmonize, so that it's also not in conflict with the national government acts, in as far, so that it does not prejudice national government policies, the cross-cutting economic activities, the national mobility of goods and services. And unfortunately, this bill lapsed towards the end of the life of Parliament. There's also the national rating bill, which is, I think you are aware, because this act has not been aligned with the new constitution, and as far as concerned, then it poses a serious problem in the implementation. So we've reworked on this, and we are now it was before Parliament, and we want to reintroduce it so that it can help to unlock the challenges. There are also a certain legal framework for operation of a number of articles, which is expected to establish framework for consultation and cooperation between counties. Like you are aware, the big challenges in terms of supporting the Intergovernmental Relations Authority, which has had a number of challenges. Like what you saw, the framework of the deed of transfer between the county government, of Nairobi and the national government ran into serious challenges because the tenant laws were not supporting it. And these are areas that we propose to make necessary amendments so that can be supported and fully aligned with the PFM, and then can be used to make the transfer seamless. Yeah, thank you very much. I think basically those are critical areas, but from where we see there are a number of challenges. I think maybe at a later time we are going to interrogate each other, but we realize that from where I see the Senate has no established authority in as far as managing the matters of the county government. Why I say this, one of the critical roles of Senate and the National Treasury is to ensure that there is prudence in management of financial public resources. Is this being done? I highly doubt. We remember that in law, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury has powers to stop transfer of equitable share to a county when he finds that there are challenges that is either deal with either accountability or generally prudence in financial management. But after that, he's supposed to come and seek the authority of the Senate for it either to be extended or for it to be fully enforced. We tried it. When I was new in the National Treasury, I tried it. The National Assembly cooperated with us. Unfortunately, it did not see the light of the day in Senate. So it gave now powers and authority, illegal powers and authority to the governor to spend in whatever way they want. And to some extent, therefore, it was not easy to enforce even payment of pending bills. We also have seen a challenge where there are certain counties, either because of their own inefficiency, the equitable transfer in every month, they keep on accumulating. The extent of even 3, 4, 5 months, they are holding huge balances, 2, 3, 4, 5 billion, not spending, and yet they're expecting money to be transferred to them on monthly basis. So that's not good use of money. That money will have actually gone elsewhere to support other sectors of the economy. But now, because of the blanket transfer, it becomes very difficult for us to segregate because there's no attendant law that supports any stoppage. The county government, and I can confidently say also, I am not sure whether what we see in the Auditor General's report reflects the situation on the ground. We see clean records in as far as many counties are concerned, when in real sense, because we all come from these counties, the situation is very bad. The projects that were said to have been implemented, they actually exist only on paper. They are not there on the ground. And enforcement has been very difficult. And through this, then, corruption has thrived in the county government to the extent that I am not even sure whether the dream of the constitution-making organs are fully realized. This is one area that I think should be the responsibility of Senate as the custodian of devolution to look at those administrative challenges, to look at those mismanagement and corruption at the county level. The situation in where we sit in the National Treasury is quite dire. Many people have been impoverished, businesses, for things they supplied, but they have not been paid. I think I just want to rest there. There are a number of areas that we can interrogate each other. We need to have a supporting law in dealing with areas where there are clear cases of mismanagement of resources. Senate can enact a law that compels the counties or the National Treasury to stop transfer of resources when they see that there is complete abuse. Thank you very much.
My brothers and sisters, wherever you are, I think and believe you have seen the both videos that we have shared with you. If you can listen to me, kindly use the comment section, or you can equally or use our link in joining us tonight so that we can have this conversation together. Remember, we were playing those two videos at least to get much more insight of what is happening within the government. The first video was of Dr. Manduku, who was trying to explain to us, what has been happening within the ports. And by right now, we are at a position of getting to understand much more of what happens. And you can see he mentioned and he was so much straight with us, and he explained how things have been running, where he moved with the port and until he was accused and taken to court. So because he's into court now, he's waiting for his judgment. And over the same, remember, he was elected and he is a current member of parliament. We were to be joined by my brother Eric Kinyua and my brother Kibet, but I've not seen them joining. You can use our link on the comment section so that you can join this conversation, so that we can have this conversation together. I want to read a bit of the comments that have been sent by our Azimio family members. The first comment was from Rose Chelima. She said that she's tuned. Thank you very much, my sister Chelima. Noel Kikali, locked. Thank you very much, my brother. Asante sana. Alex Graziano, keep up the good work. Thank you very much, my brother. And continue watching. We have Alex Gurian again. Thank you for the information. Ben MCA Bahari Ward, great job. Keep the government on check. Thank you very much, my brother. We can do that when we're together. Kimani Paul, thanks. Turned angel. Thank you very much for Simon King to call Kema Proskovia, tuned live. Thank you very much. Hilary Muredi, tuned. Thank you very much. Omwami Frank Trump, live from Muranga. Thank you very much, my brother. Now, our Zimio family, feel free to share our live tonight. Share with your friends. You know, when you're sharing our life, you make it possible for our brothers and sisters that are not part and parcel to us, to be part and parcel to it. So it will be much more okay if you share our live. And kindly, if I believe and I know that you can be touched, you can see on our screen we have requested that you share, and you share. When you are done with sharing, join our live, and when you're done with joining our live, kindly you can support our conversation via our M-Pesa number, which is 0794 789494. It will give you a name of Boniface Ogutu. Thank you very much, my brother, for joining us. Let me give you the opportunity to have this platform in conversing with us. And I believe that you are part and parcel to those that watched the videos, the two videos that I've played. One was of Manduku. He talked about the dry port in Mombasa, what he tried in laying down. He talked the inland, and the dry port in Nairobi and Naivasha. Again, he talked lengthily on how, on exactly what should be done, so that at least the best out of it can come out. So I'm being told Caleb K anasema no sauti. No, Sauti, thank you very much. It's being worked. Before we proceed, it will get to be worked. So kindly let me give my brother the chance. Walter, how are you? Walter,
Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you, my brother.
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, then proceed. Proceed, uwanja ni wako.
Okay. Do this. I want you to continue as I doing something here. I will just come back later, please, my brother.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Walter. My brother Walter have joined. Caleb K. Sami, I'm being told that the voice is so much okay. I don't know why you can't listen to my voice. I don't know what is the problem. I can't get to understand, but I'm being told the voice is okay. So wherever you are, I think you can refresh your phone or work on your voicing. If it will manage you to listen to me nicely. It's just a request on your end, if it's possible, because I'm being told that they can listen to me. Yeah, Sauti Kosawa. Thank you very much, Sauti Kosawa, including our team is telling me that it's okay. So, one thing that I've come to realize, and as per we are waiting for our brother Kibet to join us, if it will be possible from his end, and our brother Eric Kinywa to join us too. Remember, the two of them were supposed to join us with solid evidences, more so on taxation of the dry port. And remember, our topic today was on a discussion over taxation of cargoes from Mombasa Inland Port to Nairobi and Naivasha dry port, from Mombasa Inland Port to Nairobi and Naivasha dry port, and if it's of beneficial to Kenyans or individual. Because yesterday there was that argument of that few individuals or few families are gaining from the cargo handling, SGR, and the port. So that is what we wanted to understand, and that is the reason why we want to have this conversation today. Number two, it was about SGR and its operation. Number three, it was how much is being made from the expressway. You know, where we are today, we are at a point of if at all we don't get up and think of. Thank you very much, my brother Eric. He's telling me that he's joining shortly. Let me send the link so that it can be part and parcel to the discussion. And I don't know if you guys, you listened to the both of the videos that I played, but thank you very much. You are here, and I love that. That is so lovely. So we are at a point where a port is being moved from the dry port, that is from remember, a dry port is being moved from Naivasha back to Mombasa. Is it viable? Should it happen that way? Those are the questions that we have been asking ourselves, or someone made a mistake somewhere. So because yesterday we had a good and the candid conversation over it, we agreed that today we were to come on this program and at least get to understand much more so on the point of talking with and arguing with facts, not just arguing. And that is the reason why I decided to go much more deeper in finding those two videos. I've played one of the video that speaks and has talked about the port into detail, the SGR into detail, and another video was talking about the government taxation, what is being collected in a day, what it does, where it's being kept, and all that. Anyeni Anyonka, we are together. Team Azimio, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much for joining. You can share our video, share our program with your friends so that we can give them the opportunity to be in a position of them following all together with us, or being at a position of watching later. You know, if you share, you make it possible for part and parcel of the other part of our Azimio family to be in a position of watching our videos, which is so much okay. So wherever you are, our Azimio family, share. Now, if I come back to our topic, because we were to talk about the taxation of the entirely of the inland port in Mombasa, the dry port in Nairobi, the dry port in Naivasha. And since the dry port in Naivasha is being taken back to Mombasa, we wanted to get to understand more of, is it beneficial or not? You know, at some point, we can't just support things blindly, because I'm rest assured that we have those people that had started investing in the dry port in Naivasha and equally Nairobi. So what is going to happen to these people that have started investing their resources? Those people that had invested because of the dry port that was taken there, and after it has been moved, what is going to remain? The infrastructure that was laid down in Naivasha. What are we going to remain with down there? Are we going to have a ghost project? That is another thing that we need to understand. Thank you very much. I can see Edwin Otieno. Edwin Otieno has sent his number 0711 70 40 80 83. Edwin Otieno, kindly or let us understand the reason why you have sent your number, so that we can be in a position to react on it nicely. My brother, karibu sana, nena na watu, and then we proceed.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Yeah, so thank you so much. I was a little bit busy today. Even right now, I've decided to chip in a little bit. I'll be chipping in. I do something, I come back, I do until we finish our conversation today. So
Thank you.
I apologize for that. And I've just met you talking about the port. Issues about the port, and by a little concerned. I wish, I was expecting our brother Kibet should be here. So
I'm equally still waiting for him, and I don't know if he will join.
You know, the point I want to drive right now, so that he, by any chance, if I receive a call and walk out for like 5 minutes or 2 minutes, I want us to confirm about the port, Mombasa port, and the effect that may have been caused by having two inland in Nairobi and Naivasha, and also the advantage of having those two inland ports. And what I want to say here now, I want to go back to the year 2013. You know, I'm working with the Jubilee government. Ruto, Uhuru Ruto. That's the government I want to show you how it worked. Because if you confirm, like in 2013, 2014, the container traffic in Mombasa, you will see that right now, even if we have subdivided, we have just took part of percentage to Nairobi and Naivasha, they have done a marvelous job, because there is a progressive. Because in 2013, 2014, we had the import. The import was around 467,000 containers. That was the import. And the export, we were very low. The export, we were very low at that time, because we had 50,000. So if you compare and see what we are selling outside, what we are exporting is very low. And if you go to 2014, 2015, you find that the ports increased the import. And you know, the import, it's what we normally import from other countries. And what we import is it's what gives us money, revenue in port. What we export doesn't have much money than what we import, because in Kenya, I think we have not yet reached a place that we have a lot of things to export, because what we are trying to export from Kenya, it's only food. And which foods are those? Fruits. You know, that's what we are trying to import from Kenya, and veggies. And they are not too much, but the imports, we have a lot, because the electronics, everything. If you go to 2014, 2015, we improved to 521,000, 500,000 containers. You understand? So in 2015, 2016, we reduced. Things went down. Do you know why things went down? 2015, 2016. Because there was a lot of issues in the government here and there. And on top of that, to make sure to say that we didn't get money, there is one called that transit shipment. Transit is which that comes from other countries through Kenya to TZ to other countries. Just a minute, please. Just a little bit. Just a minute, just a minute, just a minute.
It's okay, my brother Kinywa, it's okay.
Okay, just a second. I want to do something. So I'm still on. Okay.
It's okay,
Okay.
just take your
It's
time.
fine now. It's fine. So let me just go back to the year 2015, 2016. We reduced with over 100 and something thousand, almost 200,000. So you see, when we are closer to politics, things get worse. When the politics starts, you can see 2015, 2016, we reduced. Then 2016, now 2017, we increased to 548,000 containers. That's for imports. Those are imports. In 2017, 2018, after uchaguzi sasa, tukishamaliza mambo ya uchaguzi, sasa tumekuja the second term ya Jubilee yenye baba aliingilia, yenye sasa ilirudi ikakuwa serikali haisumbuani sana. We doubled from 548 to 582. We added our imports. And if I want to take you back now to exports, the exports 2017, 2018, we managed to do 535,000. You see now how things went high. And for the last 2-3 years, that is 2016, 2017, 2018, we had a lot of export. So let's count about other profit that the country now gained, the 100% profit. That was in transit shipment. Those are the containers that are coming to Kenya, going to other countries. Do you know they have to pay through our port? And in 2016, 2017, we had 3,000. We had around, we had 63,550. Those are transit. Zenye zinakuja na Mombasa, tunapata hiyo revenue, zinaenda Uganda, Tanzania. Now you see, in 2017, 2018, we added to 97,000. But if you go to 2013, 2014, 2015, hatukufikisha 50,000, hatukufikisha. So hakukuwa na pesa hiyo wakati. So in short, I wanted to say the second term of Jubilee government, the port has done marvelous work, marvelous job in the second term, because we managed to get the transit, and we did also well in import and export. Another thing, now you see where I was trying to talk from yesterday about the improvement. Now let me ask you, in 2014 2015 bado port ilikuwa Mombasa yote na kulikuwa na congestion na bado zilikuwa ndogo. You understand? We had 467,000 imports, and the export we had 50,000. Now just tell me, hiyo mwaka na bado kulikuwa na congestion Mombasa ikiwa hivyo na 400, we had a lot of congestion in Mombasa. Just tell me right now, not even, I'm going to give the 2022 one some back. Just look at 2019, we added from 461 to 582. Now count that is to 1 million, because it's 55, that is 1 million, almost 1.3 containers. Just imagine the congestion that could be there. Hiyo wakati, hebu imagine ile congestion ilikuwa kwa port hiyo time. So that's why I was saying we are in progressing, the progressive thing, not retrogressive, because we are adding more values into many things. The more we have dry ports, inland ports here, the more Mombasa, watu wengi wataleta container through Mombasa, juu wanajua akunanga congestion, akunanga time kubwa ya kungoja. So the business will boom in Kenya and our revenue will be so nice. Kwa hivyo, those are the most of the analysis about the port. Like now, within 14 days, we are expecting more than 20 something ships. The container ships, more than 21, the 14 days, within 14 days. Just let me ask this. If those ships, because most of them, they have docked into port right now. Just tell me, if a ship can have a maximum of 800 containers, because they do, and they dock 10 of them, and all port operations are back in Mombasa, just tell me how things will be in those 14 days that those ships will be arriving, docking in Mombasa. So those are the things that we should be looking forward to understand. So you can say something. Maybe you have a different opinion than what I'm saying, and you should know that in port in Mombasa, things have changed, and right now, even if the operations were divided to inland, Nairobi and Naivasha, Mombasa still had a high chance of business. What is happening, reverting them to Mombasa, is to congest the port again and to give cartels more power to steal the money, and to, let me say, and to make few people rich, because corruption will be rampant in the port now, because there will be, kutakuwa na jam kubwa sana, delays zitakuwa, na mahali popote kuna delay kuna kuanga na interest. Utakuwa unaenda unapeana ngiri 20 ndio container zako zifanywe haraka haraka. But the moment we have inland ports, hakutakuwa na hiyo pressure. So hawa kurudisha poti Mombasa ni ukora wanataka kwenda kutengeneza huko. Hiyo ni ukora. Ukora ndio inataka kwenda kutengenezwa huko, and haitakuwa sawa. Like now, let me give you a scenario. In 2016-2017, we received 1,661 vessels. 2016-2017, 1,661 vessels.
My brother Eric,
Yeah.
Kindly, I want you to take me into with steps so that at least we can do that maths on and understand that how many containers in totality
Mhm.
arrive in Kenya in terms of importation. Kindly.
About importation, importation, let me give you the previous year because the 2021-2022 report, I'm waiting for it. Let me just give you something to compare, and that is 2018-2019, and we should 2017-2019, and we should know that we are progressing. So expect the progress. So because in 2017-2018, we managed to receive, say, 582 331 containers. Those are imports. Then you take 535,865 containers. Those are exports. Then you calculate the transit shipment. Those are the containers belonging to like TZ, Uganda, Sudan, the people who doesn't have port in their hand. We had 97,823. Then we had there are which we call restores. Those ones, most of them are empty containers. Empty. We had 4,902. 4,902. So, my friend, if you calculate the total sum, it's almost going to 1.2 million of worth of containers, right? You are mute. Unmute, please.
It's 1.2.
Now you see. Now that is 2017, 2018. That's the year,
Yes.
2017, 2018. Now, let me come here. I give you now a scenario. 2017, 2018.
Yes.
The vessels. Now, the vessels are the ships that docked
Yes.
in Mombasa. Was 1,696.
Sorry?
1,696. Those are the vessels that docked in Mombasa, 2017, 2018.
And each vessel carries how many container?
Vessel, there are vessel that carries 300, other 600. They carry as per, like now, let me say the cargo.
So let's just say that each vessel got 400.
Yeah. No,
Yes.
I want to calculate for you to give you the sum of the categories,
Yes.
which things vessel that normally bring. Let me say like the container vessels, we had 579, and the container vessels are always higher. The container vessels are always higher.
Yes.
So you will find a vessel goes to like almost around 300 containers kwenda juu,
Yes.
because most of vessels, they are like 270 meters long and 290 meters long. So if you calculate a 280 meters long, you can count with the container of 40 feet. You know how many meters is one container. Then you divide by 270, 290 meters. Definitely you are going to know very well. It's like how many containers that vessel can hold. So for the containers who are 579 vessels, I want to give you which that I know. Yeah, there is another one for, I don't, okay.
Yes.
I give you another one that I know can bring congestion in Mombasa. There is another one for For the passengers, those ones are not much because the passengers comes once. You might find even in here we have like 3 or 5 or 6 in a year. So for those one, we don't count them much. What we normally count, we look for the tanker. The tanker containers, those are for the crude oil, those things, the oil.
Yes.
Those ones we had 218
218 in numbers.
in numbers of vessels. Those are vessels, not containers, vessels.
Yeah. Tankers.
Yeah. One vessel may have like around 270 tankers inside. And all of them are docking in Mombasa Port. I give you another one. The bulk. The bulk vessel, we had like 295 of them. That is the same here. We are talking of the 2017, 2018. That's what I'm counting on. And I'm going to show you that the Baba, let me say, the handshake government did very well in terms of port. Because I'll give you a scenario on 2016, 2017 number of vessels that entered the country.
Yeah.
In terms of the container, they were less with 40. You understand?
Yes.
They were less with 40. If you go to the tankers one, they were less with around 11 vessels. If you go to the bulk, they were less with 60, 70, with 30. So 2017, 2018 kuja mpaka 2022, the port has been doing very well. Aya. Let me give you all the scenarios about the ports, the shipment. We have another one, the car carrier. Car carrier, it's that now which we expect from Japan for the vehicles and maybe Singapore, such places. We had 151 vessels. And you know, you can check online and you can know a vessel, how many cars can it hold.
Yes.
That's why I kept on emphasizing even yesterday that the moment Ruto revert the port in Mombasa, it's suicidal. That will be suicidal. Because the number we had last year, but one, it has increased. Do you know why it has increased? Because the people from neighboring countries, for who does the transit, now they have hope that even if our container comes through Mombasa, it won't take long because they have 2 inlands. You understand?
One
so
in Nairobi
they,
and one in Naivasha.
Yeah, so they increased their containers now through Kenya. They increased their container through Kenya because they know in Mombasa now there is no much traffic. So that's why I'm saying if Ruto diverted to Mombasa, first thing, we will lose business from maybe Ethiopia, from TZ, from Uganda, Sudan. Most of those places, we are going to lose business from those places. And those people, they don't pay to individual, they pay to government. The money from other countries goes direct to the government. You understand? So that's the scenario we should be looking at to understand the issues that we might face if the container, the port, it's reverted to Mombasa again. And those are the things that, and I'm going to check on the revenue in a short while.
Yes,
I'm going to get the revenue in a short while, and I'm going to share about the revenue, but with the information I've given you, if you calculate it very well, if you reason with that, you will find that things changed in Mombasa. Kenya gained much after having the two inland ports. Kenya gained much. And I wanted to give that scenario of Mombasa, how Mombasa looks like if we turn the port to Mombasa, how things will be.
My brother Kirui, no, my brother Eric, sorry.
Yes.
I can see we have our brother called Jeff Kips, and he's saying, that is on the comment section, he's saying, let's support our president. I think it is good to be, it is good to the point from Naivasha. I believe he meant to say that it's good the port from Naivasha is being removed and being taken back to Mombasa because of the expenses to cross the land all the way to Naivasha. According to him, he thinks that it's so costly for you to move your goods from Mombasa to Naivasha. And we have our brother Kennedy Mangi. Kennedy Mangi is saying that well, wacha story mingi, port inarudi Mombasa, mtu atajiamulia kama anapeleka na SGR ama barabara. Hatutakuwa na congestion hiyo wakati unasema kukuwa na SGR. Clearance ndio itafanya Mombasa, then mtu ajiamulie kama atatransport na barabara ama itakuwa ni SGR. What insight can you give about that?
My take is this: what that brother is saying.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's okay, but I'm going to give my friend a scenario of the clearance will go back to Mombasa.
Yes.
And let me tell you, I would like this guy to tell me when the demand is high.
Yes.
Everything goes, the rates goes high. That's one thing people should know.
Yes.
Because right now, if we receive, let me say, we receive 2,000 containers at once in Mombasa, and no container will be cleared in Nairobi or in Naivasha. All of them should be cleared in Mombasa.
Yes.
I want you to tell me if you needed your container within 2 weeks, and we have 3,000 containers at the same time in Mombasa, and you want to clear your container within a week. Another one who needs his container or a container within a week, and there are 3,000 at once in Mombasa. Do you know what will happen?
Yes.
All of you will clear your containers and you will pay. But to get your container in time, I did that before. You go with your documents, they check your container docked 3 days ago.
Yeah.
You pay. And there is one thing I want to tell them: inspection. Inspection of containers. Do you know, those are the things that we are trying to avoid. The inspection.
Yes.
Just tell me to inspect 3,000 containers which clients are waiting and they need them within less than 2 weeks.
It's not going to be possible. Most of you'll be having congestion. A lot of people will be doing storage, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And for you to get your container as quick as possible means that you'll have to bribe your way.
Thank you.
Means that you're taking bribing back to Mombasa.
And one thing I want to tell you here.
Yeah.
40 feet from Mombasa to Nairobi.
Yes.
Through on by road.
Yes.
Just confirm how much. And 40 feet from Mombasa to Nairobi. Confirm by SGR how much?
Yeah. Yes.
Let me tell you. By SGR is cheaper.
Yes.
By road it's expensive because of
Yeah.
wear and tire.
Uh-huh.
By road it's expensive.
Yes.
Your container when it's on through SGR,
Uh-huh.
no one to stop SGR because of the traffic issues, bra bra bra, nini.
Yes.
When I remember there is a time we used to wait for a container from Mombasa. We get it from Mombasa to Nairobi sometimes. It delays, you get it after 3 days. It's on the road.
Yes.
Because by road kuna mambo mingi sana, vitu mingi sana on the road actually. The easiest way. You know, if you need your container very fast, the best way. Na nikwambia kuna mtu huleta container yake Kenya akuyaitaki haraka, hata akiambua kesho ataipata. Hivyo ndivyo watu hutaka. You know that? Hakuna mtu huleta container ati njoo ishafika Kenya itamfikia ile siku serikali itapanga. No. Everybody who brings container here wants his or her container to be in time kwa mikono yake.
So true.
And a serious business person definitely will go to SGR. Na wacha nikwambie wale watu wote nimekuwa nao wakileta container zao wanachukulia Nairobi, they don't complain.
That is through SGR.
Juu ikifika Mombasa, yuko huko. Za kuja Nairobi zinaekwa kwa SGR na Port Authority, zinakuja Nairobi. Zingine zinapita Naivasha. So wewe ukitaka, unaona saizi ukienda kukiria container Naivasha,
Yes.
unamaliza hiyo kazi na siku moja na unachukua container yako. One day, enda Mombasa ukachukua container. Enda Mombasa. Nimekuambia by road it's very expensive. That's one thing people should understand. Container by road, let me give you the let me talk about the rates.
Yes.
Just stay there. You can. You know what we are trying to do here, my brother. We
I
are
can
trying
see,
to.
for example, my brother Erica.
Yeah.
I have a data that is telling me that currently cost it's between 80,000 to 100,000 to transport a 20 container using a truck between Mombasa to Nairobi. That is 20 feet.
That is a 20 feet.
Yes, so I think we can try and see by SGR how much it will cost.
So that is by road.
By road.
By road.
Yes.
Now from Mombasa.
Yes.
It used to cost $600.
Yes.
$600. $500 to $600.
Yes.
So if you calculate 600, that's like 50,000.
Yes, so true.
That is 20 feet. That is like 60,000.
It's actually around 69 to 70.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. If you go for 40 feet, it's around $850,000. $850.
Yes.
That is like 90,000.
So true.
So, which one? It's expensive. Which one is expensive?
By road is expensive. Because you know when you are getting 40 feet from Mombasa, you will use almost 90 something thousand, almost 100,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that is feet, and when you are getting your 20 feet from Mombasa, you will
Yeah.
have you to use 60 to something. It's over 50,000. So road is expensive. I don't know. Can you check on the rates of SGR?
When you are transporting from
From Mombasa to I can see we have our brother called Otakala Paul. Amen. Thank you very much. Amen. We have our brother Pikoech Haras Benzala saying our issue is why don't you do clearance and forwarding in Mombasa? Then you plan your way on transportation. How do you want the Mombasa people to collect revenue?
tell them in Mombasa they have 70%, I think 60%
Only 40% was moved from Mombasa.
was transferred.
Yeah, yes.
They have 60% in Mombasa still,
Yeah.
because most of the containers that were transferred to Nairobi and Naivasha was to decongest
Yes.
the port. And most of them that the government tried to consider, it's the transit. First thing was the transit. The ones that are going to Uganda, these days they go to the Uganda people, they normally take their containers at Naivasha. And one thing I'm going to say there is also it reduced the cost of road maintenance.
Yes.
It reduced the cost of road maintenance. So this is thing that is not supposed to be resolved politically. Let me tell you the truth, my brother. This thing is not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be solved
Yeah,
politically.
politically.
If you
It
solve
needs
this politically,
yes.
solving this issue politically, it will mess
Yeah.
up big time and a lot of things.
Yes.
It will mess up a lot of things. And the reason will be because you will do things bila hata kuangalia deep into it sana. Unaona?
Yes.
So at the end of the day, the containers we used to receive last year, they are not the containers we are going to receive this year. They will increase. And I'm saying this, if 10 years ago, Mombasa Port used to have problems, containers ilikuwa wiki tatu, na saa hizi 2022
itakuwa zaidi.
hadi saa hizi Mombasa kuna kuanga na jam still. Na hakuna na functions bado. Na ujua clearance in Mombasa, acha nikwambia, wale watu wanalia, wale watu wako na watu kidogo. Unaona mabrokers, those who are the biggest beneficiaries in Mombasa Port, si mtu wa kawaida. Hakuna mtu wa kawaida alikuwa na benefit sana na port ya Mombasa.
Yeah.
Because the more there is a lot of work, the more the agent used to charge expensive. Juu pale ndani nao agent ndio walikuwa wameharibu mambo ya clearance pale ndani. Unajua kwa nini? Juu agent walikuwa wamekoludi na wasee wanafanya kazi kwa port. Hao wasee wako na kampuni ya huyo agent. So huyo agent anapeleka document. So container zenye anakiria zikikuja zake zinashughuliki. Wewe binafsi ukiamua kushughulikia container yako ujichukulie wewe mwenyewe, hautaweza. Lazima utafute agent. Wewe hautaweza. Hautaweza. But in Nairobi you can clear if you want.
So means that it has opened an opportunity. Actually, it's a learning opportunity to a lot of people. Because if you go to the dock, you go to the dry port, for example, in Nairobi or Naivasha, you get the opportunity even to learn more of what needs to be done. Because earlier, if you could have tried doing them by yourself, you couldn't have made it. But because right now there's that opportunity, I believe that our president needs to go back and sit with the policymakers. He needs much more to get to understand what exactly needs to be done so that at least it can be a win-win situation on the three ports, the inland in Mombasa, the dry port in Nairobi, and the dry port in Naivasha. More so, when we, at some point we might be talking of something that we don't understand. What will happen to the people that have invested? Because there's a serious investment that is being set up down in Naivasha by private by individual and private entities. So it's something that we need to look at. Number two, we need to, Eric, my brother, I would love you speak. You start speaking on what and how SGR is benefiting from it, because partly it's like we are repaying our debt. If you come to listen nicely and you go much more deeper into doing your research, you will realize that our SGR never had a way of doing its repayment, now the debt. But until the president, outgoing president, who decided to include the services of SGR to be part on parceling in carrying the cargoes from inland Mombasa to Nairobi dry port and to Naivasha, at least there's that percentage that is going into tax collection, and apart from that, is that much that is going into repayment of the debt. So I would request you start speaking, because before we just put our mind on the other edge of it used to be benefit people of Mombasa. We need to take it back to Mombasa. We need to look. We need to have the platform where we talk of everything before the table, and we have a look of everything before the table. We have to be at a point of thinking of SGR. How is the SGR benefiting from this entire order?
Let me give you a scenario here. My brother, if we focused on the SGR, the public, the passenger service only,
Yes.
been a big trouble to pay the loan. If we focused with, because the SGR started with the passenger service. Then Mr. President Kenyatta introduced the cargo into it,
Yes.
in order to ease the burden from the public. The SGR finally will benefit all Kenyans, not Mombasa alone, all Kenyans, because the country will have enough revenue. And I want to take you back to what I told you yesterday.
Yes.
The financial year, the 2022 quarterly, the passenger service did only 569 million. 569 million. That's the passenger.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what they did. Only. Eh? And the cargo did 3.08 billion. The same quarter. The same quarter. Just tell me, if we relied on the passenger service only, we could have been getting only that 569 million. But the moment we brought in the cargo did 0.833 billion. The cargo did 3 billion. Now you see, just look at the difference. The difference is 2.5 billion. That's the difference. So we added 2.5 billion to our revenue. You come and see another thing here. The volume, the SGR increased by 10%. We increased. The SGR has already increased.
Yes.
By doing over 1.39 million tons zenye ime transport. So whoever who is trying to say that SGR hakuna kitu inasaidia, then the
Yes.
person be having a lot of problems, because I'm going to give you another scenario where the first quarter, went
Mm-hmm.
through 6 billion,
Mm-hmm.
and the passenger remained the same. The
Mm-hmm.
passenger didn't change much, remained the
Mm-hmm.
same.
Yes.
So those are the things that we should check on
Yeah.
and see the benefit of SGR. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, and see the benefit of SGR, the cargo, and see the benefit of it. So those are the things. And right now, if you confirm like the SGR, the 40 feet container, because
Yes.
the 40 feet depend on the weight. It's 40
Mm-hmm.
feet, but it might be having a lesser weight.
Yes.
The 40 feet with that tons, right now it's 130,000. The 40 feet na SGR
Mm-hmm.
yenye iko na
Yes.
that tons. I'm going to
Mm.
tell you one thing. There is the weight
Mm.
that a truck coming from Mombasa to Nairobi with such weight,
Yeah.
it's very serious. It's a dangerous thing.
Mm-hmm. More so on the
The-
road.
By road, the truck carrying that tons container,
Mm-hmm.
and you find there are 60 trucks on the road with such weight.
So that means that equally, it's like we have been part and parcel to or monopolizing suicidal.
That's now what is there. You know, people
Yeah.
are not looking at cutting cost of repairing the road, maintaining the road. People are not looking at that. You know, there is wear and tear, and those are the things that the government Uhuru checked on. Juu tulikuwa tunatumia pesa mingi sana kulipea mabarabara, mingi zaidi. Juu the amount of money Weybridge on the road used to earn wasn't much than what is in the port.
Yes. My brother Eric, I can see we have a brother called Israel Mwen Semambo. Amesema it's called parental optimality in economics. I would love our brother to join us. I've sent him a link through the comment section, and kindly you can equally share our program tonight with your friends here and there. Invite them to be part and parcel to this discussion. My brother Semambo, kindly join us so that we can have this conversation together. We'd love to hear your idea and know more about from your end. My brother Eric, proceed.
No, and you know, if the inland ports are reverted to Mombasa,
Yes.
I'm going to give you a scenario where the SGR, the railway line, will just be a ghost project. And the government has spent a lot of money in that investment. Because there is one thing, you know, Kenyans, there is one thing I've noticed. If SGR is charging 120,000 shillings for container to be from Nairobi to Mombasa, then by road, a truck charges goes to 110,000 to Nairobi. Do you know most of Kenyan will run to the trucks? But it will cost them immensely. It will cost them. Do you know why? By the time you get the container, you will have been lost more than 10,000 that was trying to save.
Yes.
First thing, it will take you many days, wear and tear on the road. The road user, you are not on the road alone. Barabara iko na trucks kama 500 because now the port is back in Mombasa. Barabara iko na trucks 500. So you will be finding yourself getting your container 2 weeks late than the way you was expecting. But with SGR, the container you are 100% within a day. Ikifika Mombasa the following day, iko Nairobi.
Iko Nairobi.
Na hiyo container unapeleka Thika. You understand?
Yes.
Kama unapeleka container yako Roiro, kuna treni inaenda mpaka Roiro. Kama unaenda na Nyuki, saizi treni ya mizigo inaenda hadi na Nyuki. Your container might go with the railway to up to Nanyuki. And you'll do your business very fast.
So number one, it's easy for us to save more so when we're using SGR in terms of logistic and a lot of things here and there. We can save equally. Will the reduction of
everybody, my brother, let me give you a thing so that people should not mistake our conversation. And doing that, still there are trucks that are on the road. Doing the same with the railway. Because like now, we have been using SGR2 for cargo. But along Mombasa Road, from Mombasa to Nairobi, there were still cargo trucks along the way. So nini SGR itawaimaliza trucks kwa barabara. Hakuna siku. And there is option. If the containers are in Nairobi, right now if you go to inland Nairobi, you will find a lot of trucks there. What does those trucks do there? It's work. If you go to Mombasa Port, you will find a lot of trucks there. And I normally see new trucks. Kwa nini watu naona trucks mpya KDJ ziko kwa port hapo mingi? Kwa nini watu wananunua trucks mpya? Meaning the business is still there.
Yes.
Juu kama hakuna biashara ati trucks zilinyimwa job, hakuna mtu angekuwa na truck kwa barabara.
Yes, you can.
Watu wangenunua. You understand? People are buying. The other day I checked in Mombasa Port, the trucks new mpya zimejaa mpya. Watu wananunua za nini kama hakuna kazi? Unajua hizo ndizo vitu tunauliza. So Wakenya wataishi kucomplain tu na mambo zingine. Mkenya ata complain juu ya kila kitu. Let me tell you the truth.
Eric, we have our brother Semambo. He's saying that Ruto did a bad thing on changing the officers and offices and logistics. Again, he's saying that SGR is more beneficial in the long term. It saves energy, fuel, road, and congestion. The trade up of Mombasa jobs is too small for the country to move on. Firstly, the player in Mombasa can be subsidized to move to other businesses in Mombasa or any other city in Kenya. That is what our brother member. Yes.
And that's a person who understands the magnitude of what we are discussing about now. You understand?
Yes.
He understands the magnitude of what we are talking about. So, Ruto anafanya makosa sana kufanya vitu politically. You know, doing things politically, hiyo ni makosa kubwa na atakuja kuregret. Juu kitu ya kwanza, Uganda hawatafurahia kuendeanga vitu zao Mombasa. And I want to give you a scenario. I think Sudan, they are building their own port now. I think it's that they are building their own port. I don't know if it's Sudan or where. They are building.
There's one of the countries. Is it Djibouti, Sudan?
Djibouti,
and equally
yes.
They are supposed to be using the dry port at Naivasha.
Now
And
they have seen this
government
nonsense.
allocated some serious land in terms of acreage.
Yeah. Now they have seen this nonsense. Now they have decided to build their own port in their country. You understand? Because
So-
East Africa, Kenya was the hub of
Yes.
transit.
Yes.
You will find now even Somali, they will do their own port. Just wait and see. Because, do you know because of what? The time taken to get their containers. When it was in Naivasha, from Naivasha to Uganda, it was very shorter. Na ujue container ya mizigo kutoka Mombasa kuja SGR ya mizigo, treni ya mizigo kuja Naivasha, haikuwa inachukua siku mzima, ilikuwa inachukua hours, few hours. Ni uchukue truck, ikutole container Mombasa, ikae kwa barabara wiki mbili.
Oh, my brother Eric, we have another comment from our brother Israel is saying that Rwanda is equally signing Tanzania SGR. means that Rwanda decided to move away from our. We had a joint pack, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
And our brother Anthony Kidinji is saying that you talk as if you get a share of SGR. This money goes to too few people pocket. He's saying that 60,000 containers give that job 30,000 trucks, one driver, one turn boy. Those are 60,000 jobs. Mechanics, car wash, hotels on the road, road stations all the way get money. I condemn SGR strongly. And my brother Ismail is saying that Congo too have moved. Ismail is saying that, so be aware of Uganda if it decides to go with Tanzania SGR. So means that Kenya will remain to be ghost. My brother Kidinji, I am sending a link so that you can join us on the tonight's topic so that we can converse together kindly. My brother Eric, you can proceed.
And we have someone who is there. Who is this? It's Walter, or who is that?
Anthony Kidinji. I don't know if you can read the comments. Is it possible you read the comments?
Yeah, comments I can.
Yeah. It is called Anthony.
So what I was saying, anyone who is condemning SGR, I think I would like the person to tell me. It said like, you know, I've been looking at these things about the transportation from Mombasa with the truck.
Yes.
Na hakuna haja ya unapewa kazi, you are a driver, you get a job, but from Mombasa to Nairobi, you find your salary that you have spent your salary on the way. By the time you get into Nairobi, you have spent half of your salary.
Yes.
On the road. While if the container comes with the SGR to Nairobi and it's going to Thika, it will cost you only 2 hours. You are at Thika, and you will not spend your salary on the road. Let me tell you one thing. There is one thing I'm going to tell you. You know, about the containers, the government used to suffer a big blow. And if government suffer, uchungu yote inakujanga kwa mwananchi wa kawaida.
Yes.
Let me tell you the truth. If government doesn't suffer, sisi hatuwezi sikia uchungu juu haitatupandishia tax ya vitu. You understand? If the government expenditures are less, we as public, we are not going to feel the heat now. But if government expenditures are too high,
we get it on our neck.
Yeah, we are the one to carry the burden. And that's why I'm saying this. The road by road from Mombasa to Nairobi, since the SGR, the maintenance fee has reduced tremendously, has reduced because there is no a lot of trucks on the road. Still there is trucks, but at least we have like 50% of trucks on the road. 50% of trucks now, they don't go long distance, they go shorter distance.
Yes.
Because I want to give you a scenario. You want to take your container from Mombasa and you are taking it to Kisumu with a truck. That is a tons container. Just look at the road, the way road they look. Barabara vile zinakaa. Huyo driver akae kwa gari kwa barabara na that tons for 700 kilometers. Let me tell you, there is some things. Watu hawajui. Unajua ina create by road, ina create business one side na inaleta hasara the other side. That's the thing people should understand. Njoo, making of a kilometer of road, it will cost you more than 100 million. 1 kilometer of road. Just a kilometer, it will cost you more than 100 million. So, how much revenue? Let me ask you, if we have let me tell you, my brother, if we have that 1,000, let me say 50,000 employees by road, the truck driver and the turning boy.
Now,
Just give
my
scenario.
brother Eric, listen to this before
Yeah.
you proceed, because it's going to assist us in this discussion. Our brother Israel Semambo is saying that from Uganda perspective, it took 2 weeks for a truck to deliver cargo in Kampala. 2
Thank
weeks,
you.
that is 50 days. Now it's taking 4 days. So he's saying that the shorter the time it takes, the better for the economy.
Thank you.
Our brother Mambo. But our brother
Now,
Anthony has got a question. And he's saying that why didn't they give freedom one can transport with his choice of transportation, either be it SGR or truck. So our brother Semambo is telling us that it used to take 14 days for the very same truck, for a truck to deliver cargo in Kampala, but nowadays it's taking 4 days maximum.
so at one truck can go to Kampala twice.
Yes.
2 weeks.
Yes.
Can go Mombasa to Kampala twice. Now,
Yeah.
the faster we get the delivery, the way the economy grows.
Yes.
And that's why I was arguing about congestion in
Yes.
Mombasa.
Let me interject a bit. It's under my understanding that you get to save good 10 days when you are using SGR. When you are
Yes.
taking your cargo to Kampala, you save good 10 days. So it means that if, for example, let us say that you had 4 containers, or let us say, for example, 4 or 5 containers, it becomes much more easy for you to use a span of 3 weeks. That is by SGR.
Yeah.
But if you are using a truck from Mombasa, you could have, because it will be 2 weeks times 5. How many months are we talking about? Yeah, and again, he's saying that that's local politics. So, my brother, what you're saying, I am concurring with what you're saying. And my brother Anthony is asking Kidenji, is asking a question: why people were never given the freedom to decide on what mode and choice of transportation they could have been using, either be it truck or SGR.
Let me tell you one thing.
Yes.
You know, the government, there is the way government operates, because the government, you know, this is the economy we are fighting to build.
Mm.
And if the government doesn't put measures on how to build the economy, then the country will be going nowhere. Because the Naivasha port, it's easier for the people from Western and Nyanza to get their containers in real time and good time.
Yes.
Because their truck will just go a short distance, and they have their container with no hassle, a lot of hassle. Even the driver will not suffer along the way.
Yes.
But just tell me, from Busia to Mombasa, 30 ton container. That's because most of 40 feet, they hold 30 tons container.
Yeah. Yeah.
At 30 tons with a truck, and you know, you can see the road from Mombasa, the way it is, to Nairobi, Nakuru. you understand? So this is the economy we are building, and to build the economy, we have to be very fast. Because the more containers we transport, the more we get more revenue. Yeah. Wewe ukipeleka container yako na basi, kuna roli kutoka Mombasa kuja Nairobi, mimi nitaleta zangu 2 na train zako kitambo zifike, zangu container nilifungua na vitu nimeuza.
Napiga hesabu ya kutumana pesa ile vitu tena ziletwe.
Yeah.
I think it's high time that we need much more. We need to think beyond, because
I
if
think
we
the
don't think
brother
beyond,
talked about it, you know, and I've said whoever is condemning the SGR, Na nimesema hapa nikasema the passenger used to make 556 million quarterly. But
Yes.
the SGR,
Mm.
it's making 3.6 billion.
Mm.
So we have 2.5 billion more.
Mm.
So so to repay the loan, it will be very
Yeah.
easier. And this container, once the loan is paid, things will go back to normal.
So true.
The government will now have enough money to to deliver services, to build hospitals, schools. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, roads, to do all such things.
Mm.
Because if the government doesn't have money, they cannot deliver services. Because one thing I want to tell the people who are talking about SGR, the government, it's non-profit making. Non-profit making organization. It's not a business, it's non-profit. The government is for service.
Yes.
You understand? So, and for the government to offer the good service, we need to work on it, all of us.
Yeah.
Na haja ya nikwambie kitu moja, my brother, 50,000 drivers,
Yeah.
they are working. And you find for those 50, the driver has got maybe, let me say, 40,000 salary. The driver pay tax of maybe 2,000 shillings from his salary, the tax.
Yes. Yeah.
Or even 3,000. Just count at 3,000 tax in a month from his salary. You say times 50,000. How much tax will we get from the drivers by road? The money that cannot even maintain the highway, the Nairobi Mombasa highway, they are taxed. The driver tax cannot maintain the.
And it's under my understanding that we are paying loan, huh?
Yeah.
So when or at some point people needs to go much more deeper. Anyeni Anyoka is asking my question, how about the price of SGR tickets? Oh,
It's
I think that
1,000.
yes, that is where our brother Eric said that SGR is making around it's 570.
550 something, 555 million quarterly.
Yeah, quarterly. So means that
Yeah,
we are
that is 4
making
months.
yeah, that is 4 months. So in a span of entire year, we are making, that is 1.5 billion, if I'm not wrong.
1.5. Yeah.
And that is not enough to repay our loan. The ticketing is not enough. So with cargo, at least you get that we get much more. From
In cargo, we get 3.6 billion.
Yes, 3.6 billion. So it's something that it's workable. One thing that we need to get to understand that however much we would want to criticize the SGR and all that, but over the same, let's be at a point of thinking on the other end of let's think about what? Let's think about on how we can manage.
My brother,
yes.
Let me enlighten the people from Kenya Kwanza, because to convince them, most of them, it's very hard.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to see any mistake from the government they supported. But if there is mistake, they need to be told, because we are the one to suffer.
Yes.
Uhuru did this. Uhuru checked with the advisors and noticed that if we decide to pay our loan through the passenger service, this loan will take forever.
Yes.
So if we introduce the cargo, we are going to reduce the years of paying the loan, plus the interest we use.
Yeah.
But if we just believe in the passengers alone, we are not going to make it. This loan will take forever. The interest will be higher day and night, every day. And since we started the cargo, the SGR has been operating very well. I've never heard about SGR issues.
Yeah.
It's paying the loan very much well. So that's one thing
we are moving
understand.
from a point.
Yeah. And one thing I'm going to tell you,
Yeah.
Kenyans, the thing I heard the people say that where Kenyans are now, most of Kenyans they seems to ignore and they seem to show that anything to do with the government must be free.
Yeah.
And that's where they are going wrong. We are going wrong there now. If we expect free things from the government, that's where we are
Yeah.
going wrong. We need to support the government, and to support the
Mm.
government is like SGR, we embrace it.
Mm.
SGR cargo, we embrace it. The port, and I keep on telling people, those port, the inland port, they are not a personal business. It's not a personal business. That's a public business. And public business, that is for government of Kenya, which lender services to us. You understand?
Yes. Oh,
So,
my brother Eric, you know, we have another brother here at the comment section, but I think it's not getting possible for him to join us through the link. But because what he's trying to share with us is what we need and people need to hear and to understand too. Because yesterday you talked about it, today you are talking
yeah.
about it. It's like other people are not getting to understand your point. What he's saying is very, very easy and simple. And let me read it. He's saying, oh, that is Israel, Mwine Semambo. He's saying that Kenya is on a take-off stage of development at this stage. The country development or investment in one dominant infrastructure, which later wakes up other sectors of the economy by faster facilitation of logistics. This can be compared with internet and how internet only online sales cut off of the shares of shopping malls in America. Or is trying to bring a point that if we invest in if we invest in the corridors, the transportation corridors today, then we'll end up by having a wake-up call of a very silent giant, which has been sleeping, a giant, the giant that has been on sleeping mode. Anyana Nyoka is saying that that's good, but I was thinking of if we lower first-class tickets, more people will travel, and if we add another trip so that there will be more trips than just 2 trips per day. Anyika is talking about transportation, which you have explained a bit, is okay. Anthony is saying that you're speaking from you speak from a office as people from the ground. I work as a leader, a driver, now transporter. Many trucks were sold by banks, investment lost. The previous government didn't recognize manpower. He gained livelihood from transport. Imagine all these towns that gained from transport collapses. But my brother Anthony, before I give our brother Eric a chance to continue with what he was saying, we need to understand that here, number one, the reason why we are at where we are, it's because of the loans that are on our shoulders. There's a lot of loans here and there. So if SGR, which is a loan, there's a way that it can repay itself. Why don't we see on how we can go that way? If at all we want to be fair enough. Because I think at some point, we just decide not to be fair enough. And that is the reason why we only think on the one side and not thinking on the broader way and manner. Number one. Number two, if from 100%, only 40% was taken from Mombasa Inland, 40%, the remainder of 60%, is it not working? It's working. So we need to come out of the politics of we being brainwashed by propaganda and at least face reality once and for all in life. Thank you very much for your comment. I believe that you're still there with us. Kindly, you can use our link in joining us. Kindly just configure your camera and audio we'll add you straight away into our conversation. We can host 10 of us, so don't be worried about time. And my brother Eric, there's one that I would love to play, but after you will be done by your explanation. A video of the former president of Tanzania, President Magufuli, may his soul rest in peace. He talked about foreigners coming in his countries, carrying away the minerals, and leaving his people being paupers. But I'll play that video because I want to touch about it a bit. I'll play it after you will be done by explanation, and at least after you have answered these questions too. Thank you.
So about someone has asked about the lowering of the ticket in the passenger service.
Yeah. And
There is one
more...
thing. There is one thing I'm going to say here. You know what the government saw in this issue of the passengers. Government wanted to make sure the transport sector doesn't fall. The government had the energy to say even the ticket will be 600 shillings. But they oversaw something that will happen. And what could have happened is this. The transport system by road, the matatu buses, they will suffer. And the government trains could not afford a train that will manage all the passengers, because in Mombasa, people goes on a daily basis for business. But let me give you a scenario. In SGR, 60%, it's like 60 to 40. Some for business, some for fun. You understand? And I want you to check on a weekend. Going on a weekend and holidays, the SGR is always fully booked. That's one thing I'm going to tell you. The weekend SGR, it's always booked fully. Because people are going for maybe for a trip, for a out, you understand, for 2 days holiday, you will find it's full. So the government couldn't manage, didn't want to mess up with the transport system on public service, PSV, matatu. Hawakuwa nataka kuondoa matatu kwa barabara. And that's why you see, even if you go to town today, unaonatuma buses zinaenda Mombasa tu kama kawaida, they don't complain, they have wako na abiria, you understand? Sasa ile shida tuko nayo ni wale watu wana complain juu ya SGR because of the trucks. And let me tell you, the people, and I have been saying this, I was at ICD and I find only new trucks there. They are mixed old and new, the new ones. So if there is no business, why are people still buying new trucks? You understand? In Mombasa, sometimes back I was in Mombasa, the same thing. I just found that the trucks are new. People are still buying. In Port, if you go, the trucks are full. Where do those trucks go? They go there to pick the containers. And I'm going to tell you, if you drive from Nairobi right now, going to Mombasa, you will find more than 200 trucks on the road. And yet we have SGR. That is 100% sure. 100% sure. Something that I'm sure what I'm talking about. If you go to Mombasa right now, you drive today to Mombasa, you will find more than 200 trucks on the road coming from Mombasa with containers. So you see now, you know what happened, na kuna kitu moja nitawaambia hapa. Unaona, the biggest beneficiary is the agent. Unajua agent wenye ufanya hiyo kazi Mombasa kwa port, they are billionaires. Nao billionaires wakiona maru wanafinywa, hawakubalingi, wanakujanga kwa raia wa kawaida, wanawa incite. Lakini nyinyi raia kitambo mjue ni incitement mnapewa juu wale watu wanataka kupata pesa yao, mnakuwa msha active vibaya. And I'm going to give you this scenario with our MPs. We normally vote for MPs, members of parliament, to go and for registration na kutetea watu wao, constituencies zao.
Yes.
Lakini ikifika mahali wataguzwa, hata kama kuna hawasikizani, hiyo siku wanasikizananga na wanapitisha. Kitu inawahusu wanasikizana. You understand? But anything inahusu mwananchi wa kawaida, they are divided.
My brother Eric, today and the past days they have been discussing the withdrawal of CDF kitty. And you know, when they are discussing this, they are together.
Yeah.
Hakuna maneno huyu ni kutoka huyu kutoka huyu.
Hiyo ndio wanakulianga. They mess up with that money. They mess up with that money. So right now they should wanafaa waongee, watafute investors to their constituencies. You understand? The donors. That's what they're supposed to be doing. Si wangoje ile kiti inapewa ya na serikali wakuja kutudanganya nayo. That's why saizi wanashikana, haujui kama ni Azimio na Kenya Kwanza, wanashikana kwanza wasolve hiyo issue. Ndio hiyo pesa inapitia kwa mikono yao. Mambo ya allowances wanashikana kwanza. Unaona? Wanashikana. Let me ask you, my brother, where you work, if they tell you we are going to pay you 100k per month and you want 150 and you tell them no, I want 150, do you think the company will hand you that 50,000 or they will tell you go home, we look for someone else?
They will tell you go home, they will hire someone else.
And for you, if that you are stand, definitely will tell them I'm not going to work with such amount, just look for someone
else to work
I think the same thing should apply to our MPs. If they feel this thing is not working for them, they resign and give us chance to employ someone else who will work with that amount. So that's why I'm saying this, matajiri wako hivyo. Saizi nitakupea kitu moja hapa. Ruto is working with his expertise to create a position that he can give to Mudavadi. And this position he wants to create, he wants to bring back the BBI now. And in Juja, I think Juja, there is one in a constituency that the MP is complaining. He's saying that the constituency has got 600,000 people. So even if we get the fund from the government, most of the people cannot get the fund. He wants the IBC. Actually, he took to the IBC. He wants IBC to divide the constituencies to be two constituencies, so that he can have 300. You understand?
Yeah.
So that the kitty he gets, it will be able to serve the people.
300.
Now they are seeing the best part of the BBI. Na ndio maana nimekuambia hivi, mdosi akisikia kuna mahali anafinywa, kuna kitu atapoteza, anakujanga kwa wananchi wa kawaida, anakudanganya ni wewe nyang'anywa. Mtu mwananchi wa kawaida ndiye ako na nguvu ya kufanya vitu, anakuja na kudanganya ni wewe unanyang'anywa. Kunyang'a, kumbe ni yeye anataka kubenefit. Sasa ngoja Ruto watakuja na propaganda sasa wakiamua kufufua BBI, na ungoje uone propaganda.
I can see our brother Kibet saying that he is around, but having a function somewhere is okay. Thank you very much. My brother Eric, allow me to play this video. It will take about 5 minutes only, then we just get back.
Okay,
so
fine.
That, yes, we can listen to these two and get to understand much more on what our former president, the late president Magufuli, was talking about.
Yeah.
Because, you know, we are Africa, and the other day it was said Africa is our
dhahabu.
And also
dhahabu walikuwa wanasomba makontaina na makontaina, wanakwambia wanachukua mchanga. Sasa kama ni mchanga, kwa nini unausafirisha kuupeleka Ulaya? Kama ni mchanga, si usafirishe hata Kinyerezi ukajenge daraja. Lile lilikuwa shamba la bibi lingine. Dhahabu yetu imesombwa, tumeachiwa mashimo, wananchi wameendelea kuwa maskini. Na maeneo yaliyokuwa na dhahabu nzuri wanafukuzwa, wanachimba wao. Mikataba ilikuwa inasainiwa Ulaya bila hata Watanzania wa hapa kujua. Mimi nilikuwa serikalini miaka 20. Nimebadilisha huu taratibu. Tukasema lazima tukae kwenye meza tuzungumze. Mliyasikia yaliyozungumzwa na baadhi ya Watanzania waliokuwa mapapeti wa hawa watu. Serikali itafungwa, hamwezi tukashindana na wazungu. Tumewabana kisawasawa, mpaka wameanza kutoa pesa na gawio, na tukaunda kampuni inayoitwa Twiga. Wameshaachia bilioni 100 na kesho wanaleta tena bilioni 100 za faida zilizopatikana hapa. Hizi fedha ndizo tunazipeleka kwa wananchi wanyonge, kwenye mahospitali, kwenye madawa, kwenye mashule, kwenye barabara. Hivi vilikuwa havipatikani, lakini msifikiri wanavitoa kwa raha. Adui yao mkubwa namba 1 ni mimi, kwa sababu ninakwamisha mambo yao, kwa sababu ninakwamisha mambo yao. Lakini mimi nakwamisha kwa niaba yenu. Mimi nimezaliwa kwenye familia maskini, na ndiyo maana nasema kazi ya urais ni sadaka kwa Watanzania walio maskini. Nilifanya vibaya, nimefanya vizuri. Hawawezi wakafurahi, na huu ndio ukweli. Tumeingia kwenye swala la corona. Tumejenga hospitali za mkoa 10. Tumejenga hospitali za wilaya 98. Tumejenga hospitali za rufaa 4. Hatukukopa hela kwao. Wanaona gele, wanaona wivu, wanaona uchungu. Tulikuwa na tatizo la umeme katika nchi hii. Ninyi hapa Segerea ni mashahidi. Ulikuwa ukienda mtaa wa Uhuru Dar es Salaam, huwezi ukajua hata sauti ya majenereta. Yalikuwa kama muziki wa bongo flavor. Lingine linaunguruma hapa, lingine tutututututu, lingine kekekekeke. Hiyo ndiyo yalikuwa maisha ya wana Dar es Salaam. Tumesema hapana, nchi hii ina vyanzo vingi vya umeme. Tukasema sasa tunaanza ile S.G.R Gorge au bwawa la Nyerere, tuanze kutengeneza umeme pale. Tulipoanza kuzungumza, yakaja mambo, tunaharibu mazingira. Tulipokwenda kucheki mle ndani polini, tumekuta wao wana hoteli, wana hunting block 47. Kuna viwanja vidogo vidogo vya ndege, airstrip 38. Walikuwa wanasomba meno ya tembo, wanasomba kila kitu. Tanzania limekuwa shamba la bibi, ndugu zangu. Tukasema tunajenga kwa sababu taifa hili liko huru. Tukajaribu kuomba mkopo, wakakataa. Tumejenga kwa fedha zetu trilioni 6.5 na kandarasi yupo. Tunataka umeme usambae kila mahali. Palipo na shida ya umeme, umeme ukaingie. Na tunataka hata bei ya umeme tuishushe chini. Tushushe bei ya umeme kama wanavyouziana kwao. Wakishaona haya mambo, hawawezi wakafurahi, hawawezi hata kidogo, kwa sababu wamekosa eneo walilokuwa wanachuma. Nataka niwaeleze ukweli, wana Dar es Salaam, na hii ndiyo sadaka yangu kwenu kwa kuwaeleza ukweli. Kinyerezi oye! Ilala oye!
My brother Eric, are you there? My brother Eric.
Yes, Amia. You know, umesikia vile Magufuli amesema.
Yes.
And, there is one thing I would like people to understand. Do you know this thing called infrastructure? It's a foundation for a wealthy nation.
Yes.
That's one thing because when infrastructure starts bringing back the income to the country, inchi inakuanga tajiri design nyingine hata huwezi fikiria. That's the backbone. Infrastructure is the backbone. And I want you to look at the video. Just a second. There is the AU summit in Addis Ababa.
Yes.
We had an AU summit in Addis Ababa.
Yes.
Sometimes back. And
Yes.
you will have to hear what Raila talked in Addis Ababa.
Yes.
So I think you get that the video. It was an AU summit in Addis Ababa. I think if you go to YouTube, I think maybe you can get it.
In a second, it will be playing.
Yeah.
To be here this morning, and I work with Madam Amani, who has spoken before, for the African Union in the field of infrastructure. We all now agree that the aid era impoverished Africa, and that what Africa needs today is trade and investment, is what has been accepted. But then the constraint here are two major factors. As Madam Amani said, the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement came into effect on a few days ago. It has been recognized that Africa trades very little with itself. The inter-African trade is only about 15%, whereas the inter-European trade is 70%. In Asia, it is 50%. But then how does Africa trade with itself? Or what are the constraints? One is infrastructure. It's a major constraint to inter-African trade. Madame Sylvie has told you she comes from Central African Republic, a stone's throw away from Kenya. But how does Kenya trade with Central African Republic? You have to get a ship that will want to go around the Cape, up the West African coast, up to Douala in Cameroon, and then by road to Bangui in Central African Republic. The French are earlier there than you. So we're talking now of trying to connect Africa. And the African Union has come up with infrastructure projects. The inter-African highways, 6 major ones, Cape to Cairo, to Tripoli to the Cape, Dakar, N'Djamena to Djibouti, and then Dakar, Lagos, Mombasa in East Africa. Then there is Trans-African Beltway, the railway line from the port of Lamu in Kenya, through Juba in South Sudan, Bangui in Central African Republic, to the Cameroonian port of Douala, to create a Trans-African highway, railway line that links the Atlantic Ocean and the Indian Ocean and opens up these landlocked countries in the interior of the continent. That will make the trade easier within the continent. The other constraint is energy. Energy, because most of the African countries export many commodities. They export agricultural produce and minerals, in terms of oil and other solid minerals. There is need, and this is recognized in the continent, that there's need for value addition of these raw materials that are abundant in the continent. Africa is the richest continent on earth in terms of resources. So this is an area where Africa also requires investment in order to add value to these resources which are abundant in the continent before they are exported to the rest of the world. And here is where we need Russian investments. First, energy, because most of African countries are energy deficient. Our countries have oil, like Angola, Nigeria, Egypt, and so on, but others don't. That here we have, for example, a huge hydroelectric potential in the Congo River called the Inga Dam, with the potential to produce 110,000 megawatts of power. This cannot be developed as a national project by the DRC. So it requires to be developed as an African Union project. And investment is required in order to be able to tap this potential and interconnect the continent. We have the Southern African Power Pool, the Eastern African Power Pool, the Northern African Power Pool, the Central and the Western African Power Pool, which could all be connected. This is also another area where there could be opportunity for cooperation between Africa and Russia. Thank you. I rest my case.
That was wonderful. Can I just have a round of applause for a fantastic panel, experts and brilliance, beautiful comments. Thank you so much.
Okay. Now, you have heard that is what we need in the country, the infrastructure.
Yes.
And tapping the opportunities. Now, I wanted to go back to the SGR. Do you know the SGR was supposed to go to TZ, Uganda? It was supposed to connect to Uganda, TZ. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It was to interconnect.
Yes.
But from where I stand, I see a possibility of Naivasha being the hand of it. You know, because there is one thing. We Kenyans, we need to look at a bigger picture. Let us not think about Unga alone. You know, we are thinking about, Kenyans are thinking about Unga alone. And for us, if we don't prepare for our children, we are passing this thing and we go. Our children will come. We need to make a good foundation for them too. You understand?
Yeah.
Because if the forefathers of this nation, if they didn't plan for anything, I don't think Kenya can be where it is right now. So anything that has got progress, it should be embraced. That's the only thing I normally say, tell Kenyans. Anything you see as a progress. Na niambie watu, nilisema hapa na nitaishi kusema, serikali ikiwa na mzigo aibebangi, inapeanga raia. You understand? If the government has got the burden, they don't carry the burden. We are the ones who carry that burden. Because they are going to tax us more.
My brother Eric,
we
have heard what Magufuli have said. May his soul rest in peace, the former Tanzanian president. You know, and this is the exact thing that Mzee have been telling people. Also, you remember on the campaign trail, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, who is my president, and I'm not afraid to say it. And I believe and know that nobody can remove that from my mind. He kept on telling people that you elect me today, I become your president. I'm telling you. I'll even end up by giving 6,000 to those people that are not working. Because I know where there is money. If Magufuli got to be elected as the president of Tanzania, and went into directly to where, or to make sure that in each and every corner where there were corruptions, where money was coming from, and people were pocketing the money was closed. What is happening in Kenya that we can't do the very same? And at least we start by working on how we can elevate our economy than being in this committee or doing the ones that we are doing. Well, for example, you ask yourself a very simple question. Today, I came to realize that the fertilizer that was said that was being subsidized was a gift to our country.
Yeah.
So if a country like Russia can give Kenya fertilizer in a free mode as a gift, why do we need to sell it? Why do government need to sell the very same fertilizer to us? I've been asking myself a very simple question since from immediately I heard that I read about the information and I got to get more about it. You are given something free of charge, and until it reaches your country is free. When it's in your country, you decide to sell it. My brother Eric, let me ask you, what quantity of in terms of tons, what quantity of fertilizers do you think that was a gift to our country?
If you calculate,
yes,
I think I have a calculator here. Let me check whether I have a calculator here. I can give you a way on what we should be asking ourselves is about. Let me see whether I have a calc here so that I give you the. I want to give you the real data. We try and take the data.
Yes.
So that it will be easier for us to check on it, because we really need to think beyond.
Yes.
We really need to think beyond this because of a lot of things. Juu ukipiga hesabu ya tuseme upige hesabu ya 50 kgs.
Yes.
Hata sioni calculation. Ukipiga hesabu ya 50 kgs times 1.3 million.
1.3 million.
Yeah.
Yes. That is 65 million, huh?
That is
65 million
kg.
Yes.
Divided by 1,000.
We are having 65,000.
That is 65,000 tons.
Yeah.
Yeah, of fertilizer. 65,000 tons of fertilizer.
So means that government have decided to make money from 65,000 tons.
Yeah.
What of those goods that they were given free?
Yeah.
Because the goods were free from another country.
What happens?
Yes.
Most of the countries, if they give you what they give you now, once you receive,
yes,
now they don't control you how you use it.
What you do with it is not their business.
It's not their business. So that's one thing we should understand. And I keep on saying this. And I'm foreseeing something here. And I said it. There will be a crisis meeting with the Ruto and its allies.
Yes.
Because SGR is an investment, not a political thing. It wasn't a
Mm.
political thing. The time it was being designed, it was a investment.
Yes.
So it will bring a lot of problems.
You know,
And
my Eric.
I have information that the government, Ruto's government, it's pursuing the people, Kenya's billionaire, and the people of Kenya
Yes.
to buy treasury bills, bond.
Yes. Yeah.
And the Kenyan investors, they're adamant they don't want,
Mm.
because they're arguing of they want to be paid the higher interest, like the way the other countries are being paid once they give us loan.
Yes. Yes.
So kuna shida hapo juu wa Kenya hawataki kununua treasury bond because most of Kenyans, they don't trust this government.
Mm.
And I said that the other day, I think, about the treasury bond. So
Mhm.
most of Kenya investors doesn't want. Like me, I'm even scared. I had one mzee, a family of my friend of mine in Sanya Garden Estate.
Mm.
They have like almost 20 million treasury bonds they had bought before.
Yeah.
And I find that they want to withdraw. And I asked them, why do you want to withdraw your treasury bills from the treasury? And they told me the government that is here, we don't trust this government. They had written a letter and everything. They wanted to withdraw. And I got shocked. They don't trust the government that is there. So
yes.
It's kind of tricky because Ruto want to do this. Ruto want to do like he want to borrow locally. And locally, we Kenyans, we don't trust ourselves. We don't. People say, the government will take that money. You're not going to get anything from that money. You understand?
Yeah.
The people are feared. The people are scared about lending the government their money.
Yeah.
That's why you saw even about the reduction of NSSF, the court barred that thing should not be done. The court said that it's illegal, it's unconstitutional to deduct someone money. A person, should decide the amount of money he or she wants to save.
To save.
Not you as the government.
My brother Eric, let me emphasize on something. If President Ruto wants his government to borrow from the Republic of Kenya, number one, I think there are some few things that he needs to work on, and that will start by he needs to work on the trust, the personal trust between his trust with the voters and the Kenya residents, Kenya republics, so that people get to more so to understand him as a president individually. I'm not talking about presidency, but I'm talking about Ruto as an individual. I'm talking about the deputy president Gachagua as an individual. If two of them, including their cahoots, the people that have supported them, the people that they are with in the government, if they can decide today and start seeing on how we can earn their trust, it's when it's going to become much more easy for anybody tomorrow to say that because I trust so and so, it's going to be easy for me to trust the government that is running. And even if this person would want to take a loan for me, I will feel much okay. For example, to ask a very simple question, that your friend that has got 20 million worth of government's bond, treasury bond, how much did the person use? We are talking about something that is heading to a billion Kenya shillings. So, and if the person wants to withdraw his bill from treasury, that speaks a lot. So, number one, before even they start by telling us that they want a loan or that they want a loan from Kenya, I think that they will need to work on their way up. Number one, they will need to work on how people can trust them. And because you will not tell me that if the other day, it's called who? Gachagua, regarding Gachagua, could come to a national and international panel, television, and people were watching, and they could lie to us about his worth, then tomorrow of it, just hours from end of that debate, and hours from the end of the debate, court was saying that, you know, we are recovering this much. He told us that he was worth something that was, it was below $1 billion, if I'm not wrong.
It was
But
1
court,
point something.
yeah, it was 1 point something billion. But court
Yeah.
was recovering another 2 billion from some quarters. So you ask yourself a very simple question. You want to lead us, but you can't be truthful before us. You can't tell us the truth, and you want us to trust you. And that is now where people goes wrong from, because there's no way people will trust you when you want to be a public officer, and instead of being a truthful servant before them, you start by lying. That is
Sure.
number one. Number two, remember the government of today has been a government of propaganda since they started their campaign back in 2014, because Ruto started his campaign back in 2014. 2014, Uhuru was going for his second term. Ruto was campaigning as if he was the one who wanted to be the president by 2017.
Sure.
He campaigned way up to today. It has been from one propaganda to another propaganda. So number one, he needs to just come back down so much more lower and be clear to us, make sure that he becomes much more of the person that people will need from him, is when people will come to understand and to agree, to get into agreement of saying that, you know, even if you need loan, we'll agree that nothing will happen to our money. But as per now, I'm telling you, our viewers, nobody will be in a position of getting to understand, because even me, where I am, although I don't have bonds with the treasury, but I'll be asking a very simple question. Why do you need to take loan with us? Number one, we need to, if we have a joking system in the government today, because they are the very same people that lied to us the other day. And at our initial point when we started the conversation on the program, I shared a video, and I can still share that video. A Kuro Court, who is a finance minister today, was at the senator's induction, that is at Naivasha, and he said it nicely. These people, they are confused. They are liars. So let me read these two comments while we wait for Eric to join us back. And then from there, I'm going to play the video so that we, you know, it's good that they talk. And as they talk, we have data here and there. And the data assists us in getting to understand who is telling us truth and who is not being truthful to us. My brother Eric, welcome. Let me read these two comments, three. Then we play a video of our current CS, finance CS, what he said when he was at a senator's induction in Naivasha. Israel is saying that those that were taking Tanzania sand after being chased away came to Uganda and are now laughing to their banks in China. So Magufuli did it well, and they decided to move on to Uganda. Anyeni Anyonka saying Kenya is for everyone, not politicians. Thank you very much. Mine also is Kenya should have gone for Africa Bank because the interest rate was lower than Chinese. Also, even tourist is another potential. Thank you very much. You know, good thing is that we have citizens that understands what exactly needs to be done and what needs not to be done.
My brother, let me give you, before you play the video,
shock and shame to all Kenyans. Proceed, my brother.
Before you play the video,
yes.
Date 24 is when? Tomorrow?
Yeah, yes.
Tomorrow,
actually, it's today. It's
yeah,
today.
Today,
yeah.
Today around 5 around 5 in Mombasa, we are expecting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are expecting 5 vessels.
in Mombasa.
Yeah, today, 5.
Are we
Today.
talking about tankers or
The vessels, those are the ship with the container ship.
yes, the container ship?
Yeah, we have the container ship. We have 5 of them, the container ship.
Yes.
One from the US,
Mm.
another one from Petra, another one from Asiatic Neptune. Then there are a lot of them. We are expecting
Yeah.
them today. Actually,
Yes.
yeah, today they will be in Mombasa today.
Yes.
And the arrivals, and even the one is the first one is 199 meters by 32. That is long, 199 meters, 200 meters by 39.
39. That is
Another one,
almost what?
another one is okay. Let me. Where are those the four? The just a minute, just a minute. Okay.
Is okay.
Yeah, another one is 260 meters by
Yes.
32. So you can see those are those are the huge vessels.
Yes.
So those we are expecting those ones.
Yeah.
We are expecting them today. The 5,
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We are expecting them today, and those
Yeah.
are the container vessels, the container cargo. Those are the for the containers.
You,
Those
you
are
know,
container ships.
there's something that I need to agree
Mhm.
with your idea. If we end up by taking back the dry ports at Naivasha and in Nairobi back to Mombasa, we are going to be in a very serious mess as a country.
Let me ask
Number
you,
one.
September.
Yes.
We are in September, right?
Yeah, we are.
Then yesterday,
Yeah.
that is a few hours or 40. That is 1 hour ago.
Yeah.
So that let me call it yesterday.
Yes.
We received 3 vessels. That is the container ship. 3.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
one is 200 meters, another
Mm.
one 183 meters, another one 200 meters.
Yes.
Njana
Yeah.
tulireceive hizo container na ni jana saa 8 na moja
Mm.
usiku saa 2 usiku ya
Mm.
ya
Mm.
8 p.m., 2 p.m. and lunch
Mm.
hour p.m.
Mm. Yeah.
So then you tell me, hmm? No. You can see that what
Mm.
I was trying to talk about the congestion in Mombasa.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see now. That's the way things are. And the departures we had only 2. We imagine we normally send 2, we receive 5. Not even 5. The departure was 2. That is for yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, for yesterday. That is 2023rd. The departure, and we received 3. And today we are receiving 5.
5. And you might find out that the departure will be none.
Yeah, today we don't have departure for today, for 24th. There is
Because
no
we are not
departure
in a
for 24th.
capacity to we are not in a capacity to run an economy.
And already, let me
Yes.
tell you, today is on 23rd. Yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yesterday was on 23rd.
So true.
We had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We had 20 vessels
Yes.
in the port yesterday.
That were being cleared.
They were there. And for Kenyans, we had only 3. For Kenyans, one for vegetables, oil tanker, the other one for passenger, cargo ship,
Yeah.
and the other one for fishing vessel. Za Kenya ni hizi ndogo ndogo tu. But hizo zingine zote ni za cargo na containers. Hizo zingine zote. And they are in port. Saa hizi tuko sema hivyo ziko kwa port. Most of them are being offroad, ni kuoffroadiwa zina offroadiwa saa hii. Na na ngoja zingine 5. Leo. So
Yes. My brother Eric, we have a question from Anyeni Anyonka, and he's asking, is there any way that the Mombasa port can be enlarged? Expansion.
You know, Uhuru has tried to separate most of them.
Yeah.
And that's why Uhuru did the Kipevu, all those things. He was trying to distort them, to separate.
Yeah.
But there is one was supposed to be built in Lamu, I think in Lamu port, supposed to be extended to some. But even if we do that, we are receiving a large quantity of vessels and the containers, because don't forget, in Mombasa, it's the hub of East Africa. So we are receiving more containers, more vessels. So the best way that Uhuru was trying to do is to try decongest to ease in time, so that we don't lose money. Because the more there is delay in the port, the more the country lose money. Because if there is a delay there, someone will opt to use other means to transport the goods from outside to his country. You understand? So Uhuru was trying to tap in those small money. Hiyo pesa isipotee. That's why he decided to gawa
Now,
most of the port.
Here begs a question. Don't you think that in the near future, we are going to have a deficit of importation, more so on the cargo end? Because if Rwanda is leaving us, Uganda is leaving us, Sudan is leaving us, Djibouti is, Ethiopia, you talk of, name it, including Rwanda. They are all leaving
What
us.
will happen?
Yes.
What will happen? The people are crying about job. Now people will lose job, like 80% will go home, because we'll be receiving the few vessels that cannot sustain the expenditures. So there will be a job cut, and the 70% people will go home. Because in Kenya, we can check on the containers that and like the containers that are expected, none of them belong to Kenya. You understand? So if our importation it's little, then the manpower will be reduced. Juu huwezi kuwa na watu 2,000 na wanafanya kazi ya watu 200. You understand? It will be waste of resources. Those are the things that the government will sit down and check on them, on that issue. And Jumi hata nimestuka sana kama zenye the departure, the recent departures zenye zimetoka leo unajua zile container zimeenda, na most of them hizo vessels hazijaenda na vitu. Most of them, do you know, most of and I want to give you this scenario. Unajua kuna wakati kumekuwa na shida ya containers sana huko majuu, kumekuwa na shida ya container juu containers zikikuja Afrika hazina kitu ya kurudi nayo, so hazirudi. Unaona? So ikakuwa nje China, like the day last, I think 2020 December, we had imported the stone cutting machine. So we waited for like 3 weeks to get a container in China to pack the machine. We waited for 3 weeks looking for container. When we asked the supplier, she used to tell us that they don't have enough container there, because once container comes in Africa, they don't go back because we have nothing to make in returns with those containers. So they come here and people start building with them, Vioski and blah sort of things. Now you understand. Because in Kenya, we don't have much to export. So most of the containers tunazikatakatanga, tunatengeneza Vioski nazo na manyumba. So that's the problem. So if we happen to lose this business, watu watakula nyumbani vibaya sana. Watu watakula nyumbani vibaya sana. Saizi hata ni mchezo watu wanacheza. Watu watakula nyumbani vibaya sana.
Oh, my brother, one thing that I can say is that unaona ile mshipi tulianza kusema ile awali watu wanunue mshipi. Hiyo mshipi kama kuna mwenye amenunua moja azidi anunue ya pili. Hiyo mshipi itatusaidia. Hiyo mshipi itatusaidia. My brother Eric, I would love we listen to this video.
Okay.
Yeah, I would love we listen to this. You know, these people are living in a propagated world where the best they want us to know and hear is just propaganda, and you can't drive a country with the propaganda. And here is the video.
No, you can't.
Senator, but in the public, we argue out of ignorance. Like now, immediately after election, some leaders were saying that, okay, they did not find the coffers were empty, the treasury did not have money, there was only 93 million shilling that was found there. And we find it very, really, I don't know whether sympathize with the situation, because there's a lot of ignorance about it. Government does not collect money, stores in one place, keeps for 1 month, and then distributes after 1 month or after 1 year. We raise revenue on daily basis, and we fund government on daily basis. And there are also then there are competing needs. Salaries at this level, how much do we give to counties? How much do we give to the national, to parliament? How much goes to the judiciary? How much do we use to settle debt? A number of things, the competing needs. So the performance of revenue sometimes can be a challenge. You make a projection to raise a certain amount of money this week, but you end up raising less. So how do you now determine what goes to the counties and what goes elsewhere? So the low performance of revenue raised nationally impacts on our disbursement, not only to the counties, but also to the rest of government. And we've also realized that over time, the counties have over-relied on the equitable share and completely ignored own source revenue. If you look at the county councils and the municipal councils of those times, they collect more revenue than the current one. And yet those are not tailor-made. They are small organizations, ill-equipped, less experienced, without necessary capacity to manage that. But now the county government, fully functional, with all the professionals, with all the infrastructure, cannot raise revenue of their own. And I think that is the basis of where we need to reinterrogate ourselves. Why? Either they are collected but not remitted, either they are collected or used at the source, and this impacts negatively. Sometimes county governments present huge budgets. This is the equitable share, this is the amount of money they are going to raise on their own, and yet they do not do it. If they do not do it, and they have such a big budget, you end up spending money that you do not have, and the process accumulates lots of pending bills, which now impacts on the general state of the economy at the county level. Because you are aware there are a number of, especially SMEs, who are struggling for having supplies to the counties, for having contracted services by the counties, and yet they have not been paid, not once, maybe even over 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And the situation is very bad because I think from where we sit, there are many, many counties that are really struggling. They have accumulated huge pending bills, even more than a share of 1 year or even sometimes even more. And these are areas that I think it is the duty of the Senate to enforce certain level of discipline by working with the National Treasury. Of course, the accumulation of pending bills I've indicated here, it has affected performance of businesses at those levels. There is also a challenge of definition of county government's additional allocation bill as a money bill. There has been argument that is it a money bill or is not a money bill. In our own understanding, this is a money bill and needs to be subjected as required, but maybe Senate has a different view. The pending enactment of legislation and regulations, there are a number of bills which either have lapsed or before and they will have actually facilitated the implementation of a number of these areas that will have enhanced budgets. There are quite a number, I think you know them, a number of legislations and framework which is expected to facilitate deepening and implementation of devolution. This, and one of it is the County Government Bill 2018. This bill is premised on the requirement that the county government should enhance their own source revenue. You are aware that, you know, between different counties, like now if you live in Marsabit and you are coming to Nairobi, everywhere there's a barrier. You have to be stopped to ask for these lessons, and you are carrying livestock, therefore you have to pay because you are transiting through these counties, or you are selling from this county to the other. And these are areas that we've been looking at, we try to harmonize so that it's also not in conflict with the national government acts in as far so that it does not prejudice national government policies, the cross-cutting economic activities, the national mobility of goods and services. And unfortunately, this bill lapsed towards the end of the life of Parliament. There's also the national rating bill, which is, I think you are aware, because this act has not been aligned with the new constitution, and as far as concerned, then it poses a serious problem in the implementation. So we've reworked on this, and we are now it was before Parliament, and we want to reintroduce it so that it can help to unlock the challenges. There are also a certain legal framework for presentation of a number of articles, which expect to establish framework for consultation and cooperation between counties. Like, you know, you are aware, there have been challenges in terms of supporting the Intergovernmental Relations Authority, which has had a number of challenges. Like what you saw, the framework of the deed of transfer between the county government of Nairobi and the national government ran into serious challenges because the attendant laws were not supporting it. And these are areas that we propose to make necessary amendments so that can be supported and fully aligned with the PFM, and then it can be used to make the transfer seamless. Yeah, thank you very much. I think basically those are critical areas. But from where we see there are a number of challenges, I think maybe at a later time we are going to interrogate each other. But we realize that from where I see the Senate has no established authority in as far as managing the matters of the county government. Why I say this, one of the critical roles of Senate and the National Treasury is to ensure that there is prudence in management of financial public resources. Is this being done? I highly doubt. You remember that in law, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury has powers to stop transfer of equitable share to a county when he finds that there are challenges that is either deal with either accountability or generally prudence in financial management. But you know, after that, he's supposed to come and seek the authority of Senate for it either to be extended or for it to be fully enforced. We tried it. When I was new in the National Treasury, I tried it. The National Assembly cooperated with us, But unfortunately, it did not see the light of the day in Senate. So it gave now powers and authority, illegal powers and authority to the governor to spend in whatever way they want. And to some extent, therefore, it was not easy to enforce even payment of pending bills. We also have seen a challenge where there are certain counties, either because of their own inefficiency, the equitable transfer in every month, they keep on accumulating. The extent of even 3, 4, 5 months, they are holding huge balances, 2, 3, 4, 5 billion not spending, and yet they're expecting money to be transferred to them on monthly basis. So that's not good use of money. That money should have actually gone elsewhere to support other sectors of the economy. But now, because the blanket transfer, it becomes very difficult for us to segregate because there's no attendant law that supports any stoppage. The county government, and I can confidently say also, I am not sure whether what we see in the Auditor General's report reflects the situation on the ground. We see clean records in as far as many counties are concerned, when in real sense, because we all come from these counties, the situation is very bad. The projects that were said to have been implemented, they actually exist only on paper. They are not there on the ground. And enforcement has been very difficult. And through this, then, corruption has thrived in the county government to the extent that I am not even sure whether the dream of the constitution-making organs are fully realized. This is one area that I think should be the responsibility of Senate as the custodian of devolution to look at those administrative challenges, to look at those mismanagement and corruption at the county level. The situation in the way we see in the National Treasury is quite there. Many people have been impoverished, businesses, for things they supplied, but they have not been paid. I think I just want to rest there. There are a number of areas that we can interrogate each other.
My brother Eric, before we proceed, let me read one of the comments here, then we proceed. Jini Anyonka, I'm a concerned citizen. Is it true that the Mombasa port might be acquired by the Chinese because of the loan? Eti Chinese watanyakua port. Weka pamoja, jumulisha pamoja hiyo, alafu we proceed na brother. Your mic, please, Mike.
The reason I'm saying, I'll emphasize that Mombasa port will not be taken by Chinese.
Yes.
It's if it will be managed well the way it is right now. Things are going very fast.
Yes.
The loan will be paid.
Yes.
But if we congest it again, accountability will be lost. And the fund to pay the loan will start even the SGR is supporting even the port to pay.
Yeah.
Because we are getting enough money. And let me tell you, like now there is one just docked few minutes ago.
Yes.
The Evergreen, and it has got 8,220 containers.
8,000.
Yeah, 8,000. Actually, most of them, the ones that are docking right now, none of them has got less than 5,000 containers. Even there is one with 15,000 containers. Do you think those containers belongs to Kenya? No.
No.
Most of them, they go to East Africa because Mombasa is the hub. So the port to be taken by the Chinese, it's very hard. They can't because we are generating enough revenue to pay all those bills we are generating. And if you really want to know, the first thing we should know that how, like if we talk about the SGR, I think it was almost 700 billion, something like that.
Yes.
The loan, the SGR.
Yeah.
And that one is being paid very much well because the business was been working very much well. There were no losses. Yeah. If you go to port, the containers are coming day in, day out.
Mm.
The revenues are there. You know, it can be very much hard to pay the loan if we don't have business in the port. Already we have business in the port. All the containers are coming every day, every day, every day, every day. So
Mm.
why should we have money to pay the port? Why? Do we have a reason? A reason is only if we entertain corruption, if we
Oh,
entertain the ghost projects.
my brother Eric,
Yes.
the loan redemption of the China tender will claim to 73.42 billion from 21 billion this year, while interest obligation rise to the modern. And I can see we have got 2.5 billion US dollar of the loan proceeds were earmarked for the standard gauge railway construction, and another 1.25 billion of the loan proceeds were earmarked for rolling stocks, which include trains and wagon. So we take 2.5 billion plus 1.5 what? Plus 1 point, it's 1.52, 1.25, sorry. So that is a totality of 3.7, huh? 3.6. It's 3.75 billion.
Okay.
Let's see how much that currency is in Kenya shillings.
That's it's like,
sorry. Let's do a conversion of 115. Let's see. You know, we are talking about 431
billion.
billion.
Yeah.
It's not a joke.
It's not a joke, but it's not a lot of money if the business is working.
Yes.
You know, and I'll keep on saying that, because you cannot tell me per year we are supposed to pay 10 billion. No.
Yes. How much are we supposed to be paying yearly?
I think unless we check, but it's not more than 2 billion.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not more than 2 billion, I'm sure.
And if that is the case, then SGR for cargo, the one that was commissioned and has been working to supply the dry port in Nairobi and Naivasha, was able to pay that loan yearly. Just a loan, the cargo one.
Yeah, you know, there is something we normally call,
Yes.
you know, in this loan, we don't pay just loan like the normal loan. What people do, I don't remember this. I don't remember there is an account. That
Yes.
account is being operated by Kenya and the Chinese bank, Exing. It's called Exing, or it's called what? The one
Yes.
that gives the loan. You normally open a joint account where the money is deposited. You understand? You operate from that account.
Yeah.
So there is a standard of money that is supposed to be in account full time.
Yes.
And that's the target now the Kenya government normally work on, to make sure that that amount is in the account.
Oh, my brother Eric, I would love you read this from Israel. And Israel is saying that you can easily default in your rate of growth. If you can easily default if your rate of growth declines consistently for 5 years. But if the
Yeah.
economy is doing, there is so much revenue that is
Yeah.
generated in the treasury that can act as shock absorbers.
Yeah,
You
sure.
pay. You know, I would love our brother Israel to join us. And if it's not possible him to join us tonight, I would love tomorrow he join us so that we can have conversation with him too, because I can see he has got a lot of insight, more so on the corridor of what we are discussing tonight.
Yeah. So you see now,
Yes.
the people who understand the magnitude of what we are talking about,
Yes.
they are all of them are positive.
So true.
But the ignorance people, because I call it ignorance, they are the people who are not understanding what we are talking about. But someone who is very serious with the country and the
Yes.
economy of this nation is very positive on what we are talking about. And those are like people like Israel. Those are the people that are needed in this country, because if we can have such people, my friend, hii nchi ingesonga kusonga.
Yes.
Songa kusonga. So about the loan, the port to be taken, it's very hard if we
Yes.
work on the way it has been being worked. But if we bring politics into it, things will turn out to a bad thing. And unless if there are some individual who want to benefit from it in a different way, they would like it to be in a crisis.
Yes.
Actually, for now, as we speak, the SGR has not been in crisis. That's one point. And the loan is being paid as per the economy, the way things are. If we are making business, the economy is fine. You pay very well. You understand? This is thing that countries negotiate. You understand? So about the SGR, as we continue, because it's on a long-term discussion, we will manage to have to check on how much are we supposed to be depositing in a month, in a quarterly, or in a per year, because the loan is paid quarterly or yearly or annually. So we are going to make sure we check and the revenues and everything, then we balance, then we can see how far we have gone. Another thing, I go back to expressway, because for the cargo, it's quite a long thing. We can discuss until next week. About the expressway, that is not something that we are not even supposed to discuss about, because it's a willing buyer, willing seller. It's like a shop. You have two shops or two hardware. One cement is 600 shillings, the other one cement is 200 shillings. You decide where you want to buy. And you are told, if you buy the 200 cement, the house will not last long. But if you buy the 600 one, the house will last long. It will be,
so it's upon you to decide.
it will be firm. So you decide by yourself. It's upon you. So the the expressway, it's you make your own decision. Either you use it or you don't use it.
Yes.
Because as for the government money that you are spent there, I think it was actually ilikuwa pesa kidogo sana ya kufacilitate watu kung'oa internet, the location of the pipe, water pipes, the electricity. Hiyo ndio tu ile pesa serikali ya Kenya peke yake ilitoa, compensate. But the project, hakuna durulu ya Mkenya iko hapo. The project, hakuna durulu ya Mkenya iko kwa project ya expressway. Huyo ni mwanabiashara amekuja akaongea na serikali na wakafanya research na wakafanya mahesabu. They took the report about the Mombasa highway from where to where, how many vehicles are going that direction, and they saw that it's a viable project.
Yes.
And the people from Kenya traveled to China to check on expressways in China, how they work.
Mm.
And they confirmed it's something legit. So, and this is a good project. And I would like to tell people to ask themselves, why do the UN headquarters are in Kenya? UN Habitat. Why did they choose to be in Kenya?
Yes.
People should ask themselves about that too. So, kitu moja iko hapa is nini expressway, you don't have to think about it. Hiyo ili cost I think 70 billion. And that amount of money itajiripa. They were supposed to pay in 25 years, but it's going to be less because the usage is too high.
Yes.
Too high. Inatumika sana. So hata deni ikiisha, usifikirie Kenya yote itafunguliwa hiyo barabara itumie. No. Juu itakuwa of no use. Kila mtu atataka kuitumia juu ni ya bure. You understand?
Kabisa.
Na hiyo barabara
kuwa na traffic.
Na hiyo barabara imetengenezwa kwa backup in case for an emergency. Unaweza itumia. So you decide you want to use it, but when the Chinese finish getting their money back, the contractor finish getting his money back, definitely it will reduce the cost. The toll station, it will reduce.
Yes.
If people are paying 300, it will go to 150 now. Yeah, with the limitation of the vehicle, which vehicle is supposed to use the road, you understand? So it will be like, and it will be fine for all Kenyans, because one thing, just imagine an ambulance coming from Machakos and there is no expressway and there is traffic. Who will suffer? Is this the ambulance or the person who is sick?
The sick.
That's the thing people should understand. If you are going to airport and you got late, you are in a Uber, and your flight is few minutes. If you get, who will suffer? It's you. Not the plane, not the JKI will suffer. It's you. So if you use the expressway, you will save time and everything will be fine. You will not regret. So I think expressway is good, and it's willing buyer, willing seller.
Yeah.
More of it, it's a willing buyer. Unaonanga mimi napitanga hiyo, naona kuna mtu amesema hataki.
Our brother is Israel Semombo is saying that expressway and SGR are meant for people who understand the value of time and business, who are posing for vanity. They can stay in their low lane as Ugandans. We know the loss and destruction caused by congestion. Soon Kenya should implement congestion charges to reduce the traffic in the city. Now the last one, not last, but we are still on. But as per now, last comment, kwani nini wasiongeze mapongi ya usafiri kwenda Mombasa or mabogi? Our Anyene Anyona is asking, why don't they add the bogies to Mombasa? Love trips waongeze the free internet that was promised to Kenyans. How are we going to generate income through internet?
About kuongeza mabogi, it depends with the engine that is driving that is pulling the cargo or the load.
Yes.
Because if the engine that is pulling it is supposed to have like 20, you cannot put them to 30. You understand? It's a risk. So unless the government come up with another train also.
Yes.
And having another train, we must have an interchange where we have only one SGR, one railway from Nairobi to Mombasa. So there is no way we can have one train is coming from Mombasa to Nairobi and the other one is on the way from Nairobi to Mombasa. We will have a bit of problem because the rail line is only one.
Mm.
What I'm foreseeing will happen if something like that may happen, they'll
Mm.
have to prepare and
Mm.
they'll have to prepare and on a station they put a overlap
Mm.
railway line
Mm.
so that they work with time that from Nairobi to Motitwandei, if there is a
Yes.
train that is coming from Mombasa, they
Mm.
can Motitwandei, that can be the interchange.
Mm.
So that one will work very easier. But for now, those are the things that are supposed to be implemented as we go on. And
But
that the problem is now we have cargo
brother,
too in the same.
remember we have an interchange where the SGR meets the passenger one. They do meet at some point. I can't just remember exact station, but I've quite often seen it about 3 times, if I'm not
We have
wrong.
like 3 stations, I think. Yeah, we
Yeah,
have like
so
3 stations. Yeah.
so I think if government wants to work on that, they will. But number one, number two, government will not only add the bogies, another engine, and set up 12 time before it's not, when the government is not rest assured of knowing if at all the engine and the bogie that have been added, if at all it will get its customers with the time,
Sure.
because unajua ile asubuhi na ya jioni iko na clients.
Yeah.
So tuseme umeweka sasa kukimbia usiku, do we have plans, arrangement? There are a lot of things that are involved, including security,
Or even they introduce if it's one for the morning one, I think it's around 6 or 8.
It's 8.
If 8, maybe
Yeah.
they can say in the morning we have one train at 8 and the other one at 10. So the 2 trains goes to Mombasa. And the same thing in the evening. We have one at 3 and the other one at 7 in the evening. Unless now they do like that. And they need to add more train. So I think about the bogie, depending on the engine capacity, also that matters a lot. But for SGR, I know things will improve along the way. Everything will improve along the way. If this thing doesn't get politicized, things will work out very well. It's a good infrastructure, by the way. It's a very, very, very good infrastructure. And we were expecting to have it to Uganda, even the passenger one. And do you know right now, in Uganda, in TZ, I think by January, the electric train is starting to operate by January.
Electric.
The Tanzania one is an electric.
My brother Eric, are we talking about electric, or electric, the one electric we do say in Kenya?
Electric train. No diesel, no anything. Steamer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see our brother Nyoka is saying that when he travels on it, there's a serious congregation. The congestion is too much. So it's upon government now to. But I think everybody gets his seat, because you can't just get in the train when you don't have your seat.
Yeah.
And the tickets. What the government needs to work on is, if after booking, what number misses the booking on a day-to-day running or schedule, is when they see if they can add an engine with other coaches or not. That is what government needs to start doing or finding on, so that they can know way forward to it. We are not talking about. You remember our brother Israel said that The expressway and SGR are meant for the people who understand the value of time and business. Those who are posting for vanity, they can stay in their slow lane. As our neighbors, we know the loss and the destruction caused by congestion. Soon, Kenya should implement the congestion charges to reduce the traffic in the city. That is number one. And number two, our brother Anyene Anyoka asked, how are we going to generate income from internet when it will be free? Because the government promised that internet is going to be free.
Let me tell you, my brother.
On that part, even me, I would love to learn.
You know what I'm going to say this. We forget about free internet in this country. That was politics.
So we forget.
And I'm saying without fear or contradiction, we forget about internet. What may happen is the cost of browsing may go down. And for the cost of internet going down, is the government reduce taxes to the service providers. You understand?
Yes.
The service provider tax should be reduced. If they do that, the service provider will lower the cost of the internet. If you are buying 1 GB at 100 bob, you will buy it now at 50 shillings with no offer. Yeah.
Yes.
So about the free internet, we should forget. Free internet, think about the Dubai. Those are the people we have normal in exchange. We used to use the free internet. Once you land there, all stage, the train stations, the internet is free. In town, anywhere you find a place to sit down, there is internet. Not in Kenya. In Kenya, you know, internet it's a private business, not a government thing. You know that internet is not a government thing. And I want to give you that information regarding on, let me give you an example with the fuel in Arab countries.
Yes.
In Arab countries, all petrol station belongs to government. You understand?
There's no privatization of petrol station.
No. The petrol station belongs to government. That's why the fuel is cheaper than a 1 liter water in Kenya, because you find a 0.8 per liter. So so that's why I want, because it's the petrol stations belongs to government, not to private people. It's to government. And that's why most of things the government will regulate themselves. They know their muscle, they know how they can manage. You understand? But in Kenya, it's businesses. The place I've leased the land, it's expensive than the place you have leased your land. You understand?
Yes.
So definitely, my fuel will be expensive. The transportation belongs to me. But in those countries, the government do transportation, and the government sell the product. So about the internet, free internet in Kenya, we should forget. The only thing that we can get free from the government in Kenya, it's to watch the KBC TV. Only that.
To watch what?
KBC TV. That's the only free thing comes from government. Nothing else. Sure. Nothing else. Mambo ya internet hiyo nayo hiyo ni joke. That was a joke of the day from William Ruto. So people should forget about that. Unapea nani internet sasa? Who?
No.
Wacha nikwambie kitu moja. Do you know how many service providers we have in Kenya? A lot of them. Name it: Safaricom, Access Kenya, Airtel, Telecom. You understand?
Yes.
And there is no way government can subsidize the internet to all those if they want it to be free. The government should work with either is Telecom, because Telecom, I think it's almost belongs to government.
Yes.
Yeah, government has got shares there, and say that Telecom will give the internet free, and that will make the other business opportunities dispute, because Safaricom wataona sasa wao hawana biashara, wataanza kufuta watu sasa. You know? So about the internet tusahau hiyo, tuendelee tu unless apunguze tax ya kwa service provider, nao tunaweza pumua, tutapunguziwa at least, ni kupunguzwa, itapunguzwa. Tunajua serikali ikikupunguzia kitu na shilingi 5 inakuanga imejaribu sana. Do you know that? That's a lot of money for the government.
Hiyo siku wanakuwa na celebration.
Yeah, 5 bob only. Serikali ikipunguza mtafurahia. So about the internet, forget about it.
Now my brother is saying, so then it will be like laptop, and now it's free internet. Mama mboga, boda, we have to live with our leaders' lies.
Thank you.
Swali kweli.
No, hiyo ni ukweli juu laptop tu, watoto waliambiwa laptop. Nothing like that happened. Now, even the internet will not work. Another thing I want to say here, we were to talk about the, let me say one thing. Unajua vitu zingine zinasemwa kwa siasa, mfatu wafai kuzieka kwa maendeleo ya nchi.
Yes.
Juu zile vitu wote wanasema kwa siasa ni vitu zinatoka tu kwa tumbo na akili. Si vitu zimetengenezwa, si vitu zimewekwa into practical.
Yes.
Let me ask you, the day both the Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza read out the manifesto, did you ever see Ruto in rally giving out the copy of manifesto? Did you see? Ulimuona na hiyo kope moja hivi kwa rally akisema this is what we are doing and asome msikie? No. Did you get Raila with a copy of manifesto in rallies? Then ask yourself why. Those are just, for me, those are just a written document that they do it for themselves. So if you don't want to understand unless you acquire it, like the way I did, nilidownload nikaziangalia zote mimi. Mtu mwenye ajamanenzi kudownload angalie. It's like the BBI. Do you know if BBI people are given time to read? Hiyo BBI watu wangeichagua saa 12 asubuhi Kenya mzima. But the same politician wenye wako na interest na mambo ingine wali hijack ndio watu wasiisome. That's why they started fighting it. Ikiwa hata haijatoka bado, walianza kuipiga hata kama haijakuja. Ndio watu waingiwe na ile roho ya hii kitu si mzuri. So hautasoma. But if they kept quiet, itoke ipeanwe, watu wangeivote. But wali notice wakaanza kuipiga hata before itoke. So watu hawakuishughulika nayo, walidharau tu, mimi kama hiyo sina haja nayo. Unless mtu mwenye akona mafikira ya the governance na mambo ya maendeleo, huyo tu ndiye alisoma. Kwa hivyo most of the things from the wanasiasa, we should not bother thinking about those things, and internet tusahau, all those things, we forget about that. Because for internet, if the government wanted to do it, the first thing hiyo siku Ruto aliapishwa angesema, and from today the service providers taxes have been reduced with 10%. The following day the internet could have been cheaper. After 90 days, because the government orders normally get active after 90 days. So for those things we should forget about. And na niambie watu kitu moja, hii serikali tuko nayo ni ya majambas. Now today I saw the Turkana governor will be arrested because the degree and the diploma he gave to IBC were fake. na Chebukati cleared that person. You understand?
Yes.
Then you tell me the type of the country we have. Chebukati cleared this guy and he didn't even bother. Now the guy want to be arrested. I want to know. I want to see how far this case will go on as long as Ruto is the president and that governor is with the UDA. This thing will go nowhere.
Turkana governor is with the UDA.
Yes, mwenye alitoa nani? Ronyangapuo.
Ayuko nini? I read somewhere that he was in ODM, if I'm not wrong.
No. Ronyangapuo was the one who was in Azimio. Yes. And na ODM aingesimamisha mtu huko njuu Ronyangapuo alikuanga chama yake ilikuwa ya KUP, ilikuwa Azimio. Yes. So huyo tusahau. So Diana makaratasi kesi yake imeishia hapa. The moment Ruto aliingia president kesi ya nani imeisha. Huyu ataishi hivyo hata atasimama governor and wait and see.
My brother Eric, I can see is called Hesbon Etianga.
Yeah. Is he in ODM?
Yeah, he is.
I don't think.
Lomukai, something of sort. Munyes concede defeat in Munyes alishindwa.
Let me see. The Turkana Jeremiah.
Oh, he's called Jeremiah.
Lomukurai.
Lomukai.
Oh.
Which party?
Oh yeah, ndiye alitoa Munyes. No,
Yes.
is it Turkana or Pokot? I think it was Pokot. Let me see. No.
If Pokot is right.
No, it's not Turkana. That's name, eh? It's Pokot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's West Pokot.
But you don't expect that case to go anywhere.
Yeah, it's West Pokot.
The guy is in UDA and you don't expect that case to go anywhere. That case is going nowhere.
I don't expect. Yeah, it's an UDA guy, yes.
And we are in a country where government, we get a government that is being run by thugs. So you don't expect that one of them, when he has got a case in court,
what is happening, my brother, is that he said that he acquired he got the diploma and the degree from Methodist University.
Yes.
And the Methodist University has said no. The DCI and the DCI and the public prosecution.
Yes.
They said that is fake.
Yeah.
Because the university said no, they didn't.
Yes.
The guy wasn't there. So juu hiyo ni kitu inaonekana hatuendi Teams University kama ya Sakaja. Sasa nataka kuona vile itaenda.
That case will go nowhere.
Ndio hiyo. Hata lawyer tu ataenda usemekane investigation na already investigation ishafanyika na imeonekana ni ukweli. Kusoma sasa sijui ni nini ingine tunataka. Huyo anafaa kutolewa immediately na kufungwa.
Na by election ifanywe
faster.
And number one, number two, the person who, the IBC, the official that cleared him in IBC, HELB, and other institutions that were part and parcel in doing the studies and or
You know,
learning.
Nani said this, Chebukati said this, si kazi yake kuinvestigate kama certificate yako ni original ama ni fake. Chebukati said that. Ile story ya Sakaja.
Ni kazi ya
alisema hiyo si kazi yake. Sasa nikauliza, sasa mtu akifeka apeleke na achaguliwe, yeye hataki kujua hiyo story, hata kupitisha. Bora tu umekuja na makaratasi atakupitisha. Na alikuwa amepatiwa hadi barua from the EACC, akaambiwa hao watu kuna tashwishi, na akawapitisha wavae. So
then inamaanisha we don't have IBC institution.
Mtu mwingine anafaa kwenda kwa shetani direct ni Chebukati. Anafaa kwenda kwa shetani direct because you don't do that. Sasa huyo ni governor, akona degree fake, akona diploma fake, meaning kitu akonayo ni ya certificate ya form 4 tu peke yake.
And how can we authenticate that? You know, hata hiyo pia tuwezi authenticate until iko authenticated.
Nimekuja kunotice Kenya, ukiwa na pesa kila kitu unaweza kuwa, hata minister wa nini, hata unaweza kuwa lecturer, hata kama hujasoma, bora tu uko na pesa unaweza kuwa hata lecturer. Yes, in Kenya. Hiyo ni kitu nishakuja kunotice. Kwa hivyo
mbaya sana.
Nimekuambia those are the things. Na bado cases ziko over 100 and something cases za watu wote wamechaguliwa, zinafuatiliwa makaratasi. Sasa mimi nataka kuona kama hao watu kesi, nataka kungoja kesho nione kama huyo jamaa Monday, juu saizi amejificha, hawezi tokeza juu ni weekend. Mpaka next week aanze kusema ni witch hunt, juu ndivyo ataanza kusema. Itawekwa tu politics. Itawekewa tu politics.
Na witch hunt yenye wao, you know these people, they do usually normally use the name witch hunt, and in real sense nobody is after them.
So my brother, I'm really tired because of some leadership. You know, it's so embarrassing.
So kwa mfano ukiambiwa ati huyo ni mwenye wewe ulichagua,
hiyo it feels so bad when I see watu wanalia huku ni hasla, wamesoma, wamemaliza ma university, wamekula shida, wazazi wao wameuza kila kitu, alafu mnakuja unachagua mtu hata hakuenda shule. You understand?
Ni mbaya.
Na mnapiga makofi, hasla tawala. It's a good picture. It's a bad picture by this country.
Yeah,
naona hii system tuko nayo ni system ya majambas. I don't trust anything with this government. I don't.
That music was sung by who? There's this artist that.
Yeah. I don't trust them because of what I have seen. The deputy president, someone who has been in court, charged. The deputy president, Ruto, has been in court, charged.
And you know, now the bad part of it is that they care less.
Yeah, they have money, my friend, the influence. When nimekuuliza, there is one thing I want to ask you. Sudi ana makaratasi.
Yes.
Hata ya primary ya kumaliza. Alafu umuone akitoka kwa Air Force One. Akishuka kwa Air Force One. Is that not enough intimidation for even judge not to question that man?
How will you start questioning him? You know, the other day he
How?
was supposed to be in court.
He didn't go.
He didn't. Actually, the reason that was given out is that he was part and parcel to those people that were organizing for the inauguration at Kasarani. So
The
you ask yourself,
translation.
yes,
And it was a lie.
but you know, you ask yourself a very simple question: Since when did Oscar Sudi being in a position of organizing for
I
swearing?
didn't feel for this country. I didn't feel for this country. Let me tell you the truth.
But
I
it's
do
our
really
country.
feel. Yeah, it's our country, but at long run, I do feel much about it. I do.
How much?
So this is the lifestyle, my brother, we are facing in this nation. But saizi ni mtu ajipange. Tulishapeleka Raila Pondo na Ruto na Uhuru Ishaweri, tulishawapeleka nyumbani.
Ni kujipanga.
Si tuliwapeleka, but tusisahau bado Raila ndiye mdosi wa infrastructure wa AU, bado ni yeye. Tusisahau, tusisahau ni yeye.
Kuna mtu leo alinifurahisha, aliniambia unajua, you remember the video that we have run ya Raila AU. So ameniambia bwana, yani when this mzee talks is from Kenya Kwanza, when this mzee talks, wazungu wamekaa wanamsikiza.
Yes.
Na asumi mahali popote, inamaanisha anaongea kwa ile kitu anaelewa.
Raila anajua Kenya na Afrika vile inakaa na kichwa yake, anajua.
And he knows exactly what needs to be done where and what needs to be done where.
And where and what and yes, Raila knows that. For long, Raila is invested in knowing the country and the need of the country. He has invested that very much in his mind.
That is so lovely. My brother Eric, is it okay in the next 7 minutes we call it a night?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, yeah. So I want you, before I give you the last chance, thank you very much for those that have joined and the ones that are watching right now. Thank you very much wherever you are. Be blessed and feel free tomorrow to join us. We have, because in each and every day we do get the request so that we can host the live. I think that it's going to be a norm for us to be hosting these one-on-one political chats every evening. And I believe we'll grow more from where we are. So feel free when you are joining, when you join us, when we are live, kindly do try and share so that we can give those that are not watching an opportunity to watch too. Feel free wherever you are to be part and parcel to those that are supporting the platform. You can see we have an M-Pesa number. Well, kindly when you use it will give you a number of Boniface Ouma. Thank you very much. And let's say be blessed for those that have liked, for those that have commented, for those that have contributed. My brother Eric, asante sana sana sana. This is our home. Azimio is a family. Remember, we are remaining with very few days for Mzee to give us way forward, and at least we'll know the direction of where we are heading politically. Before I forget, remember to pray for yourself, you pray for your family, you pray for your neighbors, pray for the country, pray for our Deputy President, Mama Mutakarua, pray for our President, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Remember to pray for our platform to grow more, pray for me. Remember, you can kindly do us a favor, go to the YouTube channel, our channel. It's called Azimio Inawezekana Raila TV. Subscribe and be part and parcel to our family in general. I'm giving my brother Eric time to give us the closure or remark is when then we'll call it a night. My brother, yeah, pick it up.
Okay, thank you so much, Gutu, and we have managed today. I've tried. I was expecting to be on and off, but finally I didn't get much busy on anything. And I'm so grateful for the people who have contributed their knowledge here, who have shared the positive things, positive ways. And this channel is for all. It's not just for one side. If you are from Kenya Kwanza, if you're from Azimio, if you're from Roots Party, anywhere, this is for all, because we need to discuss what might be healing the country, and how can we get a solution on this. And without forgetting, the solution is we Kenyans. And I keep on saying, let us vote, learn to vote for leaders who will deliver. Let us not vote because of influence, because we vote people who are influenced and we get the wrong leaders. We need people who can work for us. And you cannot get government with propaganda and run it with propaganda. You need to choose so that this country can go on well. And I'm emphasizing on my side that I don't see any reason of the Mombasa, of Nairobi and Naivasha ports being reverted to Mombasa. It will create more problems in this country. All we should do is to embrace it and try make it go further from Naivasha, extend further from Naivasha, so that our economy in this country can be fine. And my last word, I'm going to say this. People should understand that government doesn't carry the burden. If the government is overburdened, it reverts into public. Mzigo yote ya serikali ni sisi tunabebanga tukiwa wananchi, si serikali. Serikali ibebangi mzigo. Wakiwa na mzigo kubwa, hiyo mzigo wanarudishanga kwa the public. Deni ya China ikikuwa imekuwa ngumu kulipa, si serikali itaumia, itarudisha hiyo mzigo kwetu. Na mzigo kurudi kwetu, sukari utapata imeongezwa 20 bob, majani 10 bob, all sort of things. Ndio pesa ya kulipa hiyo nini ipatikane. So let us work on a positive dimension, and I would like much we meet here today in the evening, we discuss more. And my brother, I would like to propose the topic. I want to talk about the subsidized fertilizer. I would like us to focus on that, the subsidized fertilizer. And in another way, do we expect the cost of living to go down soon? And which are the ways that will make it go down? So I'd like us to talk about that. And I think a lot of people will come with a good word about it. So thank you so much, and let me tell everybody good night, and we meet today in the evening. That is it. Asante sana, nimeshukuru. Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, my brother Eric. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sharing a lot with us. Thank you for making us to understand more. Oh, remember we were supposed to be with my brother Kibet on this line, but he wrote us a message saying that he's held up somewhere, so it wasn't possible for him to join.
Yesterday I said this. Come with facts here. If you don't have facts, don't come here.
Yes.
And I'm 100% sure Kibet didn't have facts.
Yes.
He could have come on and throw two of them and go back. Kibet didn't have facts. Yesterday he was riding on propaganda. You know. And I was expecting Kibet. I was so prepared for Kibet actually. Actually, I've not even spelled everything that I had. I was expecting for Kibet so that we can converse. I ask questions. He asked me. And we understand who is driving from a positive perspective and the truth.
So true.
That's what I wanted. You know, if we entertain propaganda here, we are going to mislead Kenyans. And we don't want to mislead Kenyans. We need to tell Kenyans the truth.
On a true path.
We want to work. If the Azimio is not doing good, we don't have to propagate and say they are doing good. We say they are not doing good.
Yeah, so
if the Kwanzaa is doing good, where they are doing good, we say they are doing good. Where they are doing bad, we say they are doing bad. You understand?
Yeah.
So we need to be truthful and let us not mislead Kenyans with the propaganda, because propaganda is.
Yes, we have our brother Anyeni Anyonka. His last 3 comments, moja amesema atakuwa kama kamanda, but he will survive June UDA. That is talking about Sudi. Oh, his second comment is saying that it's really shameful. It's like no one has gone to university. Shame as president got PhD while in office, which is a fact. He is stating fact. Anyeni Anyonka, my brother, I'm so happy to have had a good chat with you all. We are all Kenyans and in abroad always together. Thank you very much, my brother, wherever you are. Tunasema ni asante sana, karibu tena. Leo jioni tutakuwa na zungumzo kama hii na tunakaribisha kila mtu. Tunajaribu kuwezesha tukuwe na. My brother Eric, I have to give thanks back to you, specifically you, because you know you are the one, you are among the people that pushed us, and you see today at least we have a better platform. Although it was not easy for me to acquire it, but you are part and parcel to those that has made it possible. Before I forget, because it will be so bad for me to leave this comment, I just want to read it. And it was, the comment was posted, it was directed to me, but it will be so bad on my end if I leave it. The first comment, it was from Rondere Wood Uholo. He said kwa Kiswahili, kundeni huko wezi nyinyi, ati M-Pesa support na mlifanya baba, mlifanya rao akazimia. That was his first comment. The second comment still coming from Rondere Wood Uholo, akasema nyinyi ni wakora sana. Sahii mnahangaisha ODM inasambaratika uko wewe unakuja na M-Pesa hapa. I think my brother is missing a point. And you know, my brother Eric, there are a lot of things that people doesn't understand. I don't know if anybody have ever asked himself, because let me put it a bit broader, including you. You're not just insane to leave your everything, to leave your sweet slumber, and to come. We discuss. We have this conversation. At least we teach ourselves from point to point, and for a platform like this to run, for example, software that we're using, it's something that for you to start using it, if inasemekana ukiwa mfuko mtupu, I don't know if you can use it. You can't. Means that you need to have some small shillings for you to get the opportunity of using it. And yesterday someone was asking me, boss, how is it possible that the other day you were explaining that the platform is being run through small cash here and there? And nikacheka, nikamuuliza my brother, for you, wewe ndio ende Facebook yako na una bundles, Is it possible? Kasema hiko possible. So number one, you will need bundle to go check any update on your personal. Here we're talking about personal Facebook account. But since now this is a page, fan page, and it's of more or less being a vlog online TV, because it's easy, you can turn this into a commercial. If I'm not wrong, my brother Eric, if I'm lying, you will tell me I'm lying. So you will need a connection of internet. You need to acquire service from a service provider. You need not less than between 10 Mbps to 15, running to 20 or 30. Or just that is a start of. So my brother, on the number one, you need to understand something that this page did a lot, if I'm not wrong. I don't know if I'm lying, but this page did a lot in kutangaza vitu za mzee hapa na pale. We did our best. I had a team, and each and every member in the team was a volunteer. So maneno ya mzee kukosa kupata kiti, I played my role. My brother Eric, the other day you said it nicely. That wewe ulienda ukapiga kura. Ilikuwa ni kazi ya mtu mwingine kwenda kuchunga hiyo kura na kufanya kitu kingine na kufanya kitu kingine, na pia mtu wa kutangaza pia ilikuwa ni his democratic right. Labda analipwa, labda alikuwa amevolunteer. Sasa wewe kama mpiga kura ulifanya kazi yako. Mwingine pia wa kuhesabu akahesabu. So sisi kazi yetu ilikuwa ni kuleta matangazo za mzee katika mtandao wa kijamii moja kwa moja, as in live. We did it. Number two, ODM has got small angles here and there. I don't know if my brother Rondere understands that as I'm speaking right today, I am a live member of the very same party he's talking about, but I'm not an official. I was not vying, so I was not elected with the very same party. So they say that I can't change anything in that party. More so when nobody have asked for my opinion, right? I don't know, sijui kama nimejibu vibaya ndugu yangu Eric.
No, you know, what is there is something I normally say. You know, sometimes when unajua ukieka chuma kwa gunia moja lazima zitakaa zikigongana na utasikia hizo masauti. So if you really want not to hear that noise, you need to separate them.
Yes.
So there is no way you can separate the member of parliament from ODM. They are there in ODM and they will stay there. So they must be having those most of issues, and I'm sure these issues will be solved.
Yeah.
And let me say this. The ODM is the leading party.
Yes.
In the country. The reason why the ODM has been there for 15 years now.
Yes.
With his members as usual. ODM ijawahi enda chini ya members 870. Haijawahi.
Yeah.
Chama zinakujanga zinaharibika, zinaiacha. Chama zinakuja zinaharibika, zinaiacha. So even now, if people were expecting ODM to go down, they will be shocked. Because ODM, it's ni chama ya volunteers. People who have volunteered willingly.
So true.
Si kama hizi chama zingine watu wanaenda juu ya wave, ati uchaguliwe tu kisha chaguliwe hiyo story imeisha. No. ODM, it's a party of royal people who join it willingly, without being coerced or forced. That's what I know. Now I'm telling people right now in 2027, the chances of UDA to be out to be nowhere to be found.
Yes,
it's very high. So high, it's 80%. 2027 UDA might be. Unaweza pata kuna kitu kama UDA. Hiyo ni kitu moja people should understand.
Yeah.
But ODM 2027 will still be there.
Yeah.
Hiyo ndio kitu moja watu wanafaa wajue.
So my brother, today evening's discussion will be about subsidization of the fertilizer and the cost of living to either go down or go down sooner or later.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me give thanks back to everybody. Everybody is entitled to his opinion. Write what you think is right for you. We'll read it. If it's a question on our mind, we'll see on how we can give you an answer to it. And you know, this family is a family that would want to have everybody on board, including those that are coming from Kenya Kwanza, the Root Party, as our brother said. Azimio family has got everybody, and we have people that are coming from abroad too. So everyone, wherever you are, will be sharing our link. You feel like you want to be part and parcel to the discussion, you are so much free, so that we can end up by having the government. Yesterday, someone said that we need to put the government on top. We'll only do that when we work our way out of seeing on how we can having this discussion all together. And thank you very much. I can see Anyen Nasema, we are all Kenyans. Thank you very much, my brother. We are all Kenyans, and that is a fact. And that is the reason why we are having a platform where we are saying that everybody is so much welcomed. Kila mtu karibu sana 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 na ujisikie uko huru. So for tonight, we are going to call it a night. I believe that we'll meet once again in the evening, and already we have got our what we'll discuss. In the evening, we'll be talking about subsidization of fertilizer and cost of living, either to go down or to move up. That will be either sooner or later. So kwa saizi wacha tuseme ni usiku mwema, na tunashukuru kila mtu, na Mungu azidi kukaa na sisi. My brother, good night. Thank you very much, and good night too. You can join. By the way, my brother Eric, have you joined our WhatsApp group?
Yeah, there is. Which one?
Because you are asking, then means that you're not a member. You know, the other day I was forced so that I opened one. I'm going to add you immediately. Our brother Nyeni Anyonka, I've sent you my WhatsApp number. You can use the very same number in texting me your number so that I can add you in our WhatsApp group, and we grow more together. We have to discuss together and nicely. I believe and know that we'll reach somewhere. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you and thank you. Thank you. I've seen that he's saying that he is already in. Thank you. Wacha tukutane jioni tena. Siku mwema.